life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Mm. 7 o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN from the Stiefel Studios. Welcome to the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos, and Chairman Kurt filters your phone calls at 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines. Text into the Air Comfort Service. Text inbox 314-399-9646. Open up your YouTube app, type TMASTL, and the next thing you know, you're in there, the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and you're talking with friends who have gathered to watch the show because they love the show. They love to hate the show.
Yeah.
And we welcome them to do so. All emotion leads to love. All emotion leads to love. Think about that.
Did you just make that up, or is that
No, I was reading off the prompter. Jackson types in everything that I say.
What
time do you get here, Jackson, to type out a 4-hour show?
About 3:30, yeah.
You just start typing, and you go, oh, well, I'm kind of stuck after, hello, everybody.
Hello again.
Yeah, once you get through 7-1, it just the words just flow.
What hat he got going there? I just caught that out of the corner of my eye.
The Valks.
Doug?
Golden State Valkyries.
Eric in the Central West End is not going to like
we
that.
go. We've
WNBA
activated
team?
the text
Yes.
inbox.
WNBA team.
Okay.
How many WNBA hats do you have, Doug?
None.
What about Sophie Cunningham re-upping with the Fever?
Well, I was happy to see that.
Her and Lexi Hull.
Oh, good.
By Charlie Hull.
Golfer?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't have any of her hats either. No, I've never really had the desire to own a WNBA hat, but now that I see the neat one that Jackson has, maybe I'll start a collection.
I think you'd look good in it.
Doug, the program today has a Polos Plus dossier that will feature wonderful, wonderful discussion on a potpourri of topics. But the question that I have for you here at the start of this little Sadie Hawkins, where the boys are on one side of the room and the girls are on the other, and the girls have to walk over and say, "Would you like to dance?" is what is the lead for April 13th, 2026?
Well, I guess it's Rory winning the Masters a second time in a row. A little bit over the Cardinals.
Doug never sounds excited about the lead. Doug, you just sound like it's a consolation prize. I want you to embrace that lead.
I think he wanted to go with the Battlehawk comeback and feels resigned to doing something that he doesn't want to do.
Oh,
That's
no.
my read.
Well, I just look at it as a journalistic decision, and so it's all business. There's no emotion in it.
Why do you hate
all
Harrison
emotion
Frost and the Battlehawks comeback that Tim was alluding to?
Yeah, I saw some of those highlights. I don't hate the gentleman. Don't know the man. Never met the man. It was a nice little comeback. They got a good wide receiver.
Wow.
A little pat on the back.
Yeah.
Nice job, boys.
Are you trying to tell me that that's the lead over the Masters?
No. We're just giving you possibilities.
Okay.
Options, Doug.
All right.
Text in what you think the lead should be. 314-399-9646. Plus, I'll take a gander at that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Co-founder of Fairmount Park says, "What about Sophie on SI swimsuit? Va 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 voom."
Va 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 voom. Yeah, I saw that. She's become quite the star off the court.
Jackson, you hang out with her in Columbia?
No, never hung
About
out.
the same age?
We were there at about the same time. I think she's a year.
What about gluten-free
older
perk?
than me.
Would she just not have
younger
anything to
than me.
do with you?
It just never came up.
Which one, Perk or Sophie?
Sophie.
Perk did.
Not necessarily.
Huh.
I didn't even, what was the question?
Sophie Cunningham just ignored
We're
you
off
when you were at
prompter.
Mizzou? Just completely turned her
You
back
can't
on
even
you?
ask that question without a big grin going across your face.
Well, there's only, 30,000 students there, and this one would have nothing to do with you.
Yeah. The Antlers were trying their darndest.
Is that right?
Oh, it was brutal.
Really? What was going on?
They did like this whole fake proposal where they sent some poor soul out there from their freshman or sophomore class to go fake propose to her, and I had to see it with my own eyes, and I just felt like molting my skin like a snake and leaving.
Oh, they proposed during a game, or?
Yeah, she was sitting courtside for a men's game.
Oh.
They went out. It was brutal.
But she seems like a good sport. She probably
Oh,
went along with it.
100%. No, it was not creepy or anything. It was just uncomfortable.
A lot of votes for the doggies getting a point on the road.
Got their first point in Dallas. It's not the lead.
It is not going to go well with that
Okay.
response.
Can I say something that
Oh, no.
might be controversial?
You think it is the lead?
No, sir.
Martin, this is coming
trying to
from a
be
gentleman
No.
with the Golden State Valkyries hat on.
No. We're at a cocktail lounge watching Saturday night.
Oh, a cocktail. I like to know where you have McGurk's. God
Yeah.
bless.
Never heard of it called a cocktail.
Yeah.
It was a great evening, perfect night for a patio there. It was warm. Cardinal game on, and there's the Doggies game on. And the Doggies, of course, were in gold, the Tina Turner outfit.
The Tina kid.
Right, and
This
the
is
other team
Tina's
was in
town.
pink.
The other team was in pink, and for about 20 minutes, I was rooting for the wrong team.
Oh. Well, what were the Doggies doing wearing gold?
Well, that's
their
third
road
gig.
kit, Doug.
Is it the
Heaven's
road or the
sakes.
third?
It's their road kit.
Okay.
This is Tina's town.
Okay. Well,
Get it?
the other team was in City Red. Or City,
I understand your
City Red
confusion.
adjacent, and for
No,
20
you said they were in pink.
Which
well,
is
it looked
kind
pink
of
to me.
close to pink. and City
pinkish
red.
until they zoomed in, and I saw, wait, that's Dallas? I was like, oh, no, I've been rooting for the wrong team.
Did it impact the outcome, do you think?
Could have. Can't rule it out.
Okay,
Well, I'm
so
glad
the
you were
doggies'
paying
colors,
attention.
The doggies' colors are pink and gold.
No. City red is that home color.
That's pink.
It's that kind of chartreuse. And then on the road this year, Doug, they rolled out the Tina kit, which is gold.
So their colors are pink and gold.
City red. I didn't say pink. You did.
Oh,
City red.
Okay.
It's its own color. I just think Jackson watching the soccer that's a win.
Well, it was on.
Yeah, what was going on?
It was on.
You and some buddies went out and said, let's watch the...
No.
Did you demand they turn it on?
No. It was there's two giant TVs behind the bar. One had the Cardinal game, the other had the
Good for
City
you.
game.
Why do you hate the Cardinals?
I watched the Cardinal game
Okay.
to completion.
could you tell which team was which in that game?
Knew that one.
Okay.
I could not name one player on that minor league soccer team. That's from Jugs in D.C. Doug, he is our Atlantic 10 correspondent and gave us winners throughout the college basketball season. Jugs in D.C. GW graduate, am I right? And GW looks down on George Mason. Am I right on that?
I just don't know where he went to school, Tim.
And the Colonials gave way to the Revolutionaries.
Because of Chuck Todd.
He voiced the spot. I'm not sure if he advocated. Yeah, possible.
Doug, here is another option for the lead, since this is garnering a lot of feedback in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Wrong. Here's the lead. I shot a 44 at Clay County Country Club whilst me wife was visiting with her 93-year-old madre. Also, I'm at the point where I look at young ladies and I get so disappointed that I am old and could only get someone close to my age. Doug, that's from Chairman Steve.
Okay.
And
All right.
married. This should also be something thrown onto the back of the baseball card there.
So the doggies are now, apparently this is the lead due to their changing their colors.
City's on a 3-game unbeaten streak. That's from the Nooning Tree Nitwit. So you're right. This is the lead.
They're 1-3-3, and they're in what looks to be about 14th place.
But they're 1-0-2 in their last 3, Doug. Think about
Okay,
it.
here we come.
Unbeaten streak. Nooning Tree Nitwit pointed that out.
Yeah. And Nooning Tree's out there in Chesterfield, right? Mm-hmm. Off Olive?
I think in that area, yeah.
I think so, yeah. Right.
In fairness, Jugs in D.C. couldn't name one of his kids to which he's currently paying child support either. That's from Big Blonde Dan, and now Jugs in D.C.'s in the crosshairs. Whew. Man, I thought we were going to have a delightful little program because Jordan Walker is on a pace, Martin, to break Barry Bonds' record. Watch this, Doug, at this pace.
Okay.
Why don't we get McGuire on to talk about Walker's pace?
I missed a home run yesterday. I was in the bathroom. Went to the game. Got up.
Oh, you were at the game and
Was at
missed
the game.
it.
Yep. Got up. Bottom of the second. Oh, I'll just run to the restroom real quick. And I hear John Rooney screaming about a home run. I missed it. One big play in the game. Yep.
76 would be the projected home run
How
total.
about that?
That would be incredible, Doug. Do you think he can keep it up?
I don't, because at some point, if he keeps it up, they're just going to pitch around him because no one else is hitting much.
Leads the majors with 7 home runs. Leads the Cardinals in every key statistic. I did see the Cat had a post on X. There you go, Eric. He had a post on X that said Jordan prefers not to break down all the mechanical adjustments he's made. And I agree. Like this every swing is broken down.
In your mentions.
Oh, my God. Oh, that is still going on.
Martin sending out DMA group text notifications about his notifications still from the Jordan Walker batting cage observation in February.
But it's just two guys.
It is. They're going back and forth constantly.
Yeah, it's like
These
a
are
Hoosier chess match.
Charlie Marlowe's pro-mute. Have you ever thought about the
I think
mute
I'm gonna
on
have to
those
look
two
into that.
gentlemen? Charlie Marlowe is big-time pro-mute. He was always more pro-mute. Doug's pro-block.
Blocking!
Jackson, where do you come in?
Martin right now, I'm pro-mute. Martin right now is at a bar, and there's two guys on either side of him screaming at each other, and he has to sit there and deal with it.
Ahmad Hicks, formerly Channel 5, St. Louis, and went to Kirkwood, Doug.
Yes.
Works in Minnesota, Minneapolis. He quote tweeted me yesterday, what's going on with me? He basically noticed this big fight about Jordan Walker, and it's going on every single day because the people that say, see, I told you so, are ready to get their prize.
Yep.
The people who say he was terrible are saying, you just wait, and it's exhausting.
Could you just delete your
Yeah, I'm thinking
post?
about it. Or just my account, just to run for the hills. The bottom line is the man's off to a great start. Good for him.
Boy, sure is.
It's incredible. I mean, it's absolutely incredible.
Completely different player. From a year ago, anyway. I mean, he really struggled last year, and this year looks like the best hitter in the league.
And I'd say it's probably not going to be a fair analysis till it's all said and done. But let's say next October, right after the wild card series is over, we get a Heimblum or somebody and say, walk us through what your group did, what you felt needed to be done. Like, what did they do to assist him that wasn't happening before? Because something seems to have changed.
Yeah. He's already got more home runs than he had last year in 363 at-bats a year ago.
Name the 4 Cardinals who have as many home runs as Jordan Walker has right now in the history of the organization through 15 games.
McGuire.
Nice.
Albert?
Nice.
Yeah, Pujols says that.
There's one more. This one's going to be, you're going to go, okay, but it's not going to be at the forefront of your mind.
Okay, so it's not Musial.
In the 21st century. There's my hint. That's all I'm doing on hints. I'm not doing initials, Doug.
Edmonds.
No.
Roland.
Yes.
Okay.
How about that? Roland, kind of a little sneaker there. Mm-hmm. Super exciting. I will say this. Outside of him and Burleson, I believe it was the Saturday lineup where once you get past that spot, you go, oh, boy.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's kind of like the bullpen situation. Once you get past the Romero, O'Brien spots, you go, yeah. Yow.
That's the noise the crowd's making?
I was looking at the box score because it was a 2-0 game. Walker goes yard, and I'm like, here we go. Look at the boys. They're all fired up in the dugout. Here we go. And then the top of the 9th happens, Doug, with Swanson. And whoa, yow!
And they just let them eat it too.
They were just saying, hey, you can enjoy this one.
Yeah.
Let's just wear this one for.
They usually save those for network games.
John Smoltz.
Who was our guy that had the Sunday night game? Oh, gosh. It was against the Dodgers. They brought him out there. Matthews, maybe? Was it Mike Matthews? And Matheny, for whatever reason that day, just decided not to go out to the mound. And the guy in his major league debut gave up about 8 runs.
And it turned out it was the worst major league debut of all time.
And it was just like, well, we won't really have an answer for you, fella. Just do your best. And he just kept getting teed up.
Yesterday, they did that with Jared Schuster, who got to eat it for 3 innings. Didn't do too badly, all things considered, but that game was out of reach. Yeah, you just look at the lineup, and I realize Mason Wynn is not playing, but whoo, yow, yeah.
That's the sound the stadium makes. They got to get Gorman going a little bit because he's going to have to protect Walker in the lineup, I guess. So they'll start walking Walker. You wonder why they're not doing that now. Well, they may start doing it now.
But the number one thing to get people excited about the rebuild or this team or the future of the franchise is probably Walker, because he's the guy the last
100%.
couple of years. So if they were playing well or winning games, and let's say Victor Scott, friend of the show, is off to a nice start. Let's say Fermin got one of those yow starts and actually had a bunch of hits, it still wouldn't matter. The Walker
That's
element,
a different deal because of the ceiling.
The Walker element is just huge to get people kind of thinking, oh, all right, well, maybe there's hope here, Doug.
He's starting to get to the point where you say, I got to hang around for his at-bats, see what's going on. Unless you got to go to the restroom like I did, and then you go anyway.
Did you take a newspaper?
No, it was just a real quick in and out, but long enough for Walker to hit the home run.
I thought of you, Doug, because I saw a post about the Masters, and somebody was saying how they think of every detail at Augusta.
Oh, that's Chairman Ridley, man. He's so good.
Come on, Freddie.
And they said when you enter the bathroom, a person says 1 or 2.
Oh.
They ask you when you enter.
That's what Chairman Ridley.
There's an
Chairman
attendant. There's an attendant.
Bad job. That is. Was he have to mark it down?
I'm just reporting the facts. And so they ask you 1 or 2, and they'll send you in a certain direction. But they said they're also, each seat is wiped down after everybody uses the stall.
Who gets that job?
I don't know.
Some poor soul has to go wipe it down.
What do you suppose that pays?
But talk about full service, Doug. Hey, fella, 1 or 2. What if you say, I'm not sure? Kind of in between.
Yeah, it's a touch and go situation right quick.
But then somebody immediately, that's an awfully nice little service.
It is.
That is a nice service.
Because if you got to go, you'd feel better knowing that it was.
I would feel
cleaned up.
terrible if I had to do number 2 and then someone had to go wipe it down immediately afterwards.
Yeah, wouldn't you do that kind of yourself?
Yeah, Uber away. Come back.
I didn't like the way you wiped that down. Would you go speak to the chairman?
Doug, did you hold up 1 or 2 fingers when you saw the Busch Stadium bathroom attendant? That's from the Veiled Prophet.
Just one.
Oh, that
Just real quick, in and out.
I think I'd be alarmed if somebody was asking me on the way in.
In a tux.
Attendant at Busch.
I have to tell you, a couple people got Scott Rowland is the other Cardinal, Jordan Walker now, Mark McGuire, Albert Pujols, and Scott Rowland. The only 4 Cardinals to have 7 home runs in the first 15 games of the season. But they both misspelled his name. One was Rowland, and then the other one was Rollen.
Yeah,
so do we
just one
count
L.
that? Do we count that?
No.
Count it.
He was here long enough. You should know how to spell his name.
Text in, preferably with proper spelling, but I'll still read it either way. 314-399-9646 here, Comfort Service text inbox. Talk it over with other TMA listeners in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Scoresy's in there talking to Carlos Spicy Wiener's nemesis, the overbearing sports dad. And the Jeff Coe Hunter is talking to the Nipper School Monitor and Kevin at the Lake and Deep Voice Dude. They're all in there. You can get in there too. And subscribe to the TMASTL YouTube channel. Already have 200 people in the TMASTL YouTube chat this morning at 7:17. The time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. We have a TMA announcement coming up at 8 o'clock, Doug, 8 o'clock. On the Polos Plus dossier. You're going to have to stick around to find out. Also on the Polos Plus dossier, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air online at designerservice.com. That's Seth Goldcamp and his team, the longest running sponsor on this program going back a decade. And we are clients of Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. It is warming up and it is glorious, but that means it's going to get hot. That inevitably happens really quickly. We get a little spring and then we get hit with summer. Make sure your air conditioning is ready to go because summer arrives in St. Louis super early and you got to be ready. Designairservice.com. We'll take a commercial break, come back with more TMA presented by Brown and Crouppen here in our Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Justin Rose. Blues playoff chances.
Yeah, that too.
It's TMA 101 ESPN, the show broadcast from the Stiefel Studios. And we are in the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour here on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Open it up on your app and type in TMA STL. And the next thing you know, you're in there talking it over with Scorsy, Martin's Dangly Bits, and Brad in Weldon Springs. So it's youtube.com/TMASTL. And we welcome you to participate in the program. Got a TMA announcement coming up at 8 o'clock on that Polos Plus dossier. I think one of the things that speaks volumes for the organization of the show is Doug chooses the lead, and then we talk about every other topic.
Really? I know.
Outside of what Doug chose as the lead. What does that say?
You didn't trust my journalistic chops.
Jackson, what would you have said as the lead? Because according to the Polos Plus dossier, you got it as the Cardinals.
It's always safest to go with the Cardinals.
Yeah.
You're a guy who fires at the middle of the green and not at pins.
I mean, just with the Cardinals, like, it just feels like this weekend was, well, Jordan Walker's awesome, but the rest of the team, I don't know. It's not too good. So it's like, I don't know how dynamic it is, whereas the Masters is certainly fresh in people's minds, but then you're talking about golf, and it's a whole thing.
I'm not saying that but I'm not saying that the rotation has superstars anywhere, but I go, ooh, every time you get past and it's weird because May hasn't been good. He was very good on Friday, but hasn't been good overall with his first two starts. But when you get to the Leahy-Palante portion, because Palante's been good. And Palante, in part, was a victim of some really poor defense by cleanup hitter Ramon Urias that burned him. But, you know, like I said, when I'm looking at the lineup, the Saturday lineup, Martin was going through it during the commercial break.
Yeah,
and
we had Urias at third. We had Pies in there.
Fermin was in there.
We had Fermin in left. So, yeah, so it looks like backing up the robust hitting of Jordan Walker in the lineup was Ramon Urias. And then now, granted, Wynn had to come out. He's been dealing with an injury, but then Fermin was slotted there. 2 behind Urias, hitting 6th.
Doug, you love batting averages.
I don't mind them.
How many Cardinals are hitting over 300?
I think just Walker.
That's right, 327.
Yeah.
And then the drop-off is 60 full points to Youngry. And then we're going to drop 10 points to Burleson. And the next starter that you have to go to, unless you want to count Urias as a starter, and I guess he's part-time, he's at 233. Then you go down to Weatherholt at 214. Gorman at 205. Herrera, that's been surprisingly bad with no home runs so far. 192. Mason Wynn injured, but nonetheless hitting a $154. And his most significant hit of the year, I think, was an excuse me, how do you do into no man's land against the Mets to win that extra inning day game. But otherwise, and listen, I mean, I don't think people were thinking that this was going to be the Bash brothers getting together with the 1988 Oakland A's, but it just is of note when you're in a game and your pitcher's done a pretty nice job and it's 2-0, and you go, oh boy, how are they going to score runs? It's going to be difficult to manufacture runs. Their opponent this weekend, Boston, they're all pissed off up there, which is usually the brand for all of their teams, even though they win championships left and right in New England. But the criticism there is they can't score any runs. But they do have the talent there to turn over the lineup. I don't know how many times the Cardinals are going to be turning over the lineup with what they have. Again, not particularly surprising, but it's glaring at the moment.
If it weren't for a dramatic turnaround by Walker, we'd be looking at the lineup and go, oh, my goodness, this is really rough. I mean, Burleson has kind of done pretty close to what you'd expect, but almost everyone else underperforming.
As far as OPS goes, you have Walker way up there at 1139, but then you're not going to find anybody in the thousands or 900s. Urias in his 2 home runs has it at 857, Burleson at 786, and then you're dropping down into the 6s with Gorman,
Herrera and Weatherholt, who has had a pronounced slide since his hot start.
The league appears to be forgiving. The entire league, really. Nobody, other than, guess there's one team that's got a really robust record. Who do you think that is, Doug?
The Dodgers.
Dodgers, there you go, 11-4. Otherwise, a lot of teams kind of hovering around 500. Cardinals just a game back. Maybe a little early to watch the scoreboard, Doug. Just a game back.
Well, the longer they hover close, the better it'll be for the organization.
Yeah. What did you think of the crowd yesterday? I know
Wasn't
you
too
were in the
bad.
restroom, recreational, had your
No, it
newspaper.
wasn't a recreational.
One or two, Vaughn. What stall you need, fella?
I
One or
wasn't.
two.
I had a large
The chairman
Arnold
demands you
Palmer on the way
answer.
down there, and so I just needed a real quick number one,
Okay.
and I won't miss anything.
Go look in the toilet.
It's the only thing that happened.
Papers, do you offer any predictionary buyouts? Because
what do we got?
I believe I had Matt Swanson as the saves leader this year, and I'd like to buy that back.
I don't think you did.
I think I did. I kind of remember saying
Taking a
it.
look at Predictionary is Jackson Burkett. You can call in to talk with Jackson at 314-974-010. And did you see him at McGurk's on Saturday?
Watching the doggies.
Yeah.
Riley O'Brien has been one of the bright
I
spots
know.
on the team too.
He's been really good.
I think you picked Romero.
Well, how about
I don't
that,
think I
Martin?
did.
I think I did. I picked Romero, I think.
Where's Predictionary?
I can't
Where
find
the
the
world
source.
going to be
is
all over.
If I remember correctly, I think Martin said he was going to do the bookkeeping on.
So we don't have it. We flat don't have
on
it.
the preseason.
Remember, I
predictions.
scribbled it
Yeah,
all over
I
the
think you
place.
did.
It was on opening day. Doug
Yes.
wasn't there.
Correct.
But then he texted his in.
Yes.
And I did write it. I noted it and sent it to the group, but I'm not in charge of the actual dossier.
You're not,
anymore.
and that's on me. But I do believe that you originally did.
But here's a
bookkeeping.
Blues one. Predicted goals for Jimmy Snipes. We picked this on October 9th.
Yes.
For Snuggerud. Doug said 25. I said 23. Tim said 28. I think he's at 18 or 19.
Nice. So we shipped that.
Well, he got 3 more days. 3 more games.
Yeah, he's going to have a really nice final 3 games for me to get in the game.
Papers, I'll dust it off, but if I'm in charge of the bookkeeping, Tim, I may have to alter that Swanson. Be some creative bookkeeping.
Yeah, I'd go with O'Brien.
I got it.
Cheat.
I got it right here. I think
Ladies and gentlemen, Jackson Burkett
Yes.
and Predictionary.
Martin did say Matt Swanson would be the leader in
and you're
saves.
buying that out, just like we also had to buy out Tiger Woods will play in the Masters.
Would you also like to buy out of Vaughn Herrera leading the team in batting average?
I'll hang in there with that one.
Okay.
I think I got a chance.
What awful predictions did I prepare for you?
Dustin May, leader in wins.
Yeah, I wouldn't. That's not
Would it take me 9 or 10?
necessarily- Yeah, exactly.
We'll
That's
get you
not
there.
necessarily.
Nothing else.
Our
Nothing else I
guy,
would say. is-
Jared, is it Carabas?
Yeah, friend of the program. He
Friend
was
of the
on with us at
program?
opening day 2025.
MLB guy, but also passionate Boston Red Sox
Yeah,
fan.
he loves those swalks.
Said something about Friday night, how the biggest crime the Red Sox had committed was making Dustin May look like a good pitcher. That was after the Friday night dub for the Cardinals.
He's a lot better pitcher than he looked the first 2 starts he had. I think the way he pitched Friday night could be more indicative of who he really is in the first 2.
I thought he broke his hand when he tried catching
Yes.
the ball. I mean, he tried.
I think that's just an involuntary reaction. And I guarantee you, Jackson has no record of the picks. That's from Harrison's brother master. He's off to a
How do
good
you like
start.
that? How do you like in real time? You just got your ass owned.
Clip that off. Call in 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines. Text in 314-399-9646. That is the Air Comfort Service text inbox. And, of course, you can talk it over with other TMA listeners in our YouTube channel. That's the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. That is how you can talk it over with other TMA listeners and watch us and tell us if you think we're cute or not. You know, it'd be fun. That'd be fun if you thought we were cute. It'd be really fun.
Who's
I like
the
that.
cutest amongst us?
Oh, God.
Well, Papers got that beard going.
Yeah, that thing's really starting to come in.
Thank you. I vote Doug.
What are you trying to say?
Doug is the cutest.
What if I were 6'2"?
Yeah, but you have a kind of like a rugged man's man look.
By being 5'3"? That's a man's man?
Well, from the shoulders up.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Doug, on the other hand, is like, both classically handsome and that kind of fatherly look,
Oh, well, the thing...
The dad next door you want to hang out with.
Yeah.
Did you guys
thing
ever
is
have a contest for that?
about
Dad
me
next
is...
door?
I've always felt like I ooze machismo.
You joke, Martin, but a dad's next door event would actually do well, I think.
I don't know. It sounds good. And then the night of it, we'd say, what are we doing here?
Doug's the cutest by far.
It's from Martin's dangly bits. He feels strongly about it.
Thank you, Bits.
It's Joe Kelly.
Okay.
You're welcome to get involved on the program as well by texting in and ranking the hotness of the dais here in the Stiefel studios. Coming up at 8 o'clock, an announcement here on TMA. That is on the Polos Plus dossier. We welcome you to participate in the program and talk it over. Sharon and Clayton is mad that we haven't talked about the Blues season coming to an end. 3 games left, but the playoff chances coming to an end. I mean, I think that body was buried.
Yeah, we saw
really
that coming
2 weeks ago tonight in San Jose, but it's official now, Doug. And then they went out and they got the Blackhawks to celebrate being eliminated. They won.
Yeah.
Maybe the biggest development is that the Red Wings are out of the playoffs, and that's now the Justin Falk deal gets you another lottery pick.
That's big. Big.
You got 2 of them in there now, and that the Islanders are also missing the playoffs, despite getting Shen, despite firing Patrick Waugh, but that pick was a Colorado pick, so they are not in the lottery.
Would you expect the Blues to maybe trade some of those picks to try to be good next year, or just to bank them all and hope they're good 2 or 3 years from now? Some of these hockey guys, they draft them, they look like they're 15 years old, and a lot of them are 18, 19 years old, and they're 2 or 3 years away. It's not like drafting in the NBA or the NFL where you got a starter the next year.
That's a good question, Doug.
Well, thank you. I just wonder if they think they're close enough to trade 1 or 2 of those guys to beef up for next year, or if they're fully committed to waiting a couple years to be good.
Sharon, never shut up!
That's a moistest aloo, it says in parentheses, possible burner.
And that's added by papers?
Yeah, I can't get rid of it.
You can't get rid
I've
of it?
tried. He's shown not to be a burner, and I wish I could get rid of that moniker, but once it gets slapped on you, it's
Possible
can't be
burner.
removed. Suspicions will always continue.
I don't know what would have you thinking that somebody's a possible burner based on the body of work of everybody that
Yeah, I
texts in.
agree with that. What stood out about moistest aloo?
It's so tough to go
all?
back, but whenever people first send in as a link, I always am dubious of something. And I'm not sure that was the case. I'm just trying to think of something that would make me think it's a burner. But I don't know.
But thanks to the text inbox, I got my answer. It was Mike Myers who made the debut on
Yes,
Sunday
that's
Night
right.
Baseball, spelled Mayers, pronounced Myers. In 2016, Doug, he pitched for the St. Louis Cardinals. He went 5 1/3 total innings and gave up 16 earned runs.
16.
Oh, Bill.
I remember feeling horrible for him.
Yeah,
you know how
Bill.
excited he had to be. He probably had the family there, and they just see him beaten like a rented mule.
Does Libby Popovich wear that Valkyrie hat when he goes out on the weekends? That's from Eric in the Central West End. Jackson wore his Sleepless in Seattle T-shirt to the Circle Bar, the Chandelier Bar, I should say, in Las Vegas at the Cosmopolitan. What about that Valkyrie's hat?
You
Does that come out?
probably wear that only when you go to Just John's.
Put that off.
Saturday night I went no hat. Yeah.
Wow.
In honor of Nicholas in '86. Yeah, I went no hat.
How about that in honor of
In honor of the bear.
Anyone pick up
is
on
out
that?
of hibernation?
People came up to me. They're like, "Oh man, you look like Nicholas in '86."
They
I
didn't.
said, "Thank you." Yeah, I do. I am the golden bear.
Older crowd at McKerk's that night, I
Yeah.
guess.
So anytime you see someone not wearing a hat, you think of Jack Nicklaus in 1986.
Well, if they have blonde hair and they're putting on a quality performance,
I see. Okay.
reminiscent.
I remember when everyone thought he was an old man winning the tournament at 46.
Yeah.
And now it feels like there's dozens of guys out there on the
Justin
tour.
Rose yesterday. Justin Rose yesterday. trying to hit
45.
45.
How can Rory hit a 7-iron 220 and Pale can barely hit one 150? Get it together! That's from Gooter Reloaded.
Yeah. How can the 6-time major winner hit the ball further than I can?
Yeah. Probably the best player in the world at the moment.
I don't know. Scotty looked pretty awesome.
Well, he didn't win.
No, but given the circumstances, pretty outstanding performance from the current world number 1.
And he was bogey-free Saturday and Sunday?
Yep. Kind of got unlucky with the draws on Thursday, Friday.
Yeah, he did. He talked about that afterwards, as a matter of fact, that the conditions were much more favorable on Friday afternoon, and he happened to have the early tee time. I think Rory McIlroy won that tournament on Friday. I don't know how you guys... This is an overarching question. final round of the Masters on a scale of 1 to 10 yesterday, what would you give it?
In terms of excitement or all things considered?
All things considered.
7 out of 10.
Doug Vaughn.
I enjoyed it. I'd say, well, it wasn't terribly close until right at the end. 2 strokes, I guess is, yeah, 2 strokes.
4 different leaders on Sunday.
7 seems about right. Yeah.
Martin Kilcoyne.
7, I don't want to say the same thing as you guys. 8 seems too strong, but the fact that it looked like he might be choking and blowing the lead, oh, wow, he was up so big Friday, like added to that drama. You didn't have maybe a signature putt at the end there. Couldn't even see the tap in. That's a different story. I'll go 7.
That's part of
By the way, the broadcast towards the end is part of the reason that they lost the point.
Because they couldn't find McIlroy's second shot on 18.
Nor Cam Young's.
Yeah.
And then the angle on the tap in bothered a lot of people. Because it
was a tap
I didn't think about that part.
But
because it was behind him. You didn't really see his face or the ball going in, which is kind of a thing.
Right.
CBS got a lot of, and this is mostly on Twitter, but a lot of people who comment for a living, I guess, air quotes, about broadcast sports. You know, they were saying that CBS had a bad weekend, and they were using some of the examples. Biggest one was the final putt. They didn't like that angle.
I guess I would describe it as exciting, but I think that Rory's issues on the back 9 in particular are overshadowed, and I understand he won, but by the fact that he won, he was all over the place on each of the final 7 holes, but he was able to come through. For example, on 12, I do not believe he was going for the pin. He missed it a little right, and it looked like a brilliant shot, and he was able to capitalize on what was a mistake with, I don't know what it was, about a 10-foot birdie putt. Huge. On 13, I mean, he hammered the ball. I thought right there, I said to my son, I said, he just won the tournament right there with that tee shot, but then he flew it over the green, and I don't know how many people are aware of this. Haotong Lee, Doug, was playing with Scotty Scheffler, and Scotty Scheffler was getting ready to call the pro shop and saying, we need to send a marshal out here. Haotong has been in the azaleas for a half hour.
He shot an 80.
He took a 10.
Yeah,
he took a 10 on number 13.
Uh-huh.
He putted it from where Rory and Cam Young had to. Rory putted, Young chipped, and he putted it off the green into the water. So McIlroy, to have that shot, considering how far down he was, that was misstruck. I felt like there was something, maybe I'm off on 15 or 14, excuse me. I think he pulled his wedge, but he rolled it in. I mean, I could be off. I'm a mistake, but 15 for sure. That he was so lucky that he mishit it so badly that there was no spin on the ball. Otherwise, that's going back in the water. I mean, that was like reminiscent of 13 last year. On 16, he blew it over the green so badly, he had to have this world-class putt up and then nearly jarred it. 17, he had a wedge in his hands, and he missed way right. To his credit, he got it up and down. And then the tee shot on 18, it was so bad that he actually had a bit of an opening. The issue is nobody came and got it from him. Scotty Scheffler, ball striking was wonderful. Couldn't make a putt. For the best player in the world or second best player in the world, depending on your perspective, to shoot 1 over 4 rounds on 13 and no birdies at all on 15 and then lose by 1 is an amazing thing, much less the fact that he was 12 strokes back. Justin Rose had a lead by 2, and then he just fell apart inexplicably. Self-owned mistakes. Cam Young, I think, had the best ball striking day on the back 9 of anybody, but he couldn't make a putt. He was on in regulation in 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, all with opportunities for birdie. 0. The only time he made a putt was to par on a ridiculous up and down on 18. Russell Henley, I just don't think, for whatever reason, I don't know what the deal is with the man, But God, if he gets into a spot where he's in contention in a major, he really has a tough time getting the ball to the hole, as he did on 17 at the Ryder Cup last year in a crucial spot. I don't know what that's about. It's usually a sign of nerves. The only guy who really charged and was able to convert some putts was Tyrrell Hatton, but he was off so damn early that it didn't matter. The guys in the final two groups were a mess, and I would actually include McIlroy in there. Sam Burns wet himself.
Yeah, on the opening three.
Well, he birdied one, great, but to take a 7 on 2,
right.
You know, that's rough. And then he had problems on 3 as well. Shane Lowry, debacle. Justin Rose with a ridiculous front 9 shot, 32. And then just let it go. I mean, he missed I don't even know. Was that a 1.5-foot putt on 17?
Yeah.
How different are things for him on 18 if, he's 11 under?
But do you think because it's Rory that won, the star power of him that kind of glosses over the Sunday not being as dramatic as it could have been because it's Rory?
I'm saying that because it's Rory and because he is so good, and again, he won it on Friday, and really more with his short game than anything, that it's being ignored, that it was there to be taken, not as dramatically and as pointedly as a decade ago with Jordan Spieth on number 12, giving the tournament away to a random Danny Willett. But in this case, nobody in the mix to start the day was able to go out there and take it, and it was there to be had. And in addition to it, Rory was off in a big way with both his irons, his wedges, and then also on 18, his driver. And it just nobody could come through when they needed to, in particular on the back 9. And considering how many people were in the mix, it's really surprising. I mean, Scheffler had a putt on 17 that looked like it was good all day, and it just missed.
If that went in.
Cam Young lips out on 16. He missed a birdie putt on 15. I mean, he's birdie putts on all of the holes except 18, where he, like I said, jarred it. But, Scheffler, if he birdies that and going to 18.
Whole different thing.
Absolutely.
Then Rory doesn't have a 2-stroke cushion on 18 when he'd been driving the ball so poorly, and 18 can really give you trouble if you miss right, and they obviously blew it right.
When Cam Young won the Players last month, he took it from Matt Fitzpatrick. In this case, Rory McIlroy won despite himself, but to his credit, he went out there and owned the damn thing on Friday. But the door was open for a variety of people, and nobody could come through. And so Rory was able to avoid catastrophic mistakes, but that was an errant shot on 12 that looked good. He is not going for that pin. 13, he had a golden opportunity. Justin Rose had a golden opportunity on 13. He's putting for eagle, and he winds up with a par. And it wasn't like it was a long putt. And then, like I said, the shot on 15 was, that would have been played forever if he loses the tournament. What did he have, 100 yards in? He nearly went in the
missed
water.
on the upslope. And if there was spin on that ball.
He mishit it so badly that there was no spin, and so it didn't come back.
Right.
And then blowing it over the green on 16, misses with a wedge on 17, bad to the right. It was great up and down, but again, missed, and then the tee shot on 18, and the door was open, and guys either gave it away, like Rose, or in the case of Cam Young and Scheffler, they had the opportunities. They couldn't make the putts.
McIlroy got a little bit lucky on 18 with that tee shot that he kind of looked like how all of us hit a tee shot sometimes, 100 yards farther, but nonetheless in the woods. Mm-hmm. If that ball had been right behind that pine tree instead of 3 feet to the right of it, he doesn't have a shot going, that hook shot that he hit going up and over the trees that wound up in the sand. I don't know what he does. He would have had to just punch out, I guess.
Punch out like Young did on 9.
Yeah.
Same kind of deal.
But that 2-shot sequence kind of showed that they're both human. They got nerves. He hit a terrible tee shot, sliced it just like so many other of us sliced tee shots, but somehow still hit an incredible second shot off the pine straw, over the fans, over the trees, hooking it around. Really an incredible shot. Even it wound up in the sand, but the sand isn't much trouble for these guys.
Well, I got to tell you, I got a real problem with what you said there, and I hope you don't take offense to it, but you can't call these people fans at Augusta. They're patrons.
They're fans.
How dare you?
Fans.
When they're wearing big hats that say egg salad, they're fans.
Yeah, that crew behind the 16T.
It was a whole thing.
I don't know them at all. It's just my read that we probably wouldn't hit it off.
Yeah, I would have
That lady is there every year, and she positions herself to make sure she is on camera.
And that 16 hat, right? She was wearing the 16 hat. Yeah.
And who was the guy that yelled, "Give me back my son"? Has that been
That was a well-known person who did that?
Has that been identified? There was a story or two about it.
I was watching it live when he yelled it.
Give me back my
Doug, that was from 1996's Ransom with the great Mel Gibson.
Oh,
surprise guest.
Okay.
I didn't know if they were outed by the chairman yet.
Who cares about the Masters? The Battlehawks are 2-1. That's from 9-volt battery tester.
Okay. It's kind of hard to test a 9-volt. My little battery tester won't do a 9-volt. So I'm happy that he was able to text in today.
Thank you for that hot insight, Papers. When you drive it to the right on 18, it really creates problems. Really? That's from Morrison Woods Wacko. He's not happy with your analysis.
Okay.
No, it was because Scheffler, outstanding approach. No one had birdied 17 that day, on Sunday, and he had I was like, well, if anyone's going to do it, it's old Scotty Scheffler. And if he makes that, it's just a whole different game if Rory's sitting on a one-stroke lead than he is on a two-stroke lead. He can just rip the drive, and he'll know he'll be okay. Worst case scenario, goes to a playoff.
I wonder if he thought about hitting the 3-wood off the tee there, just to make sure it's in the fairway. The one thing that could have beaten him was exactly what happened off the tee.
Right.
He could have got a much different lie than that and really struggled to get a double
in
bogey.
a playoff, I would have, if it was him and Scheffler, based on the way they were playing, it'd be Scotty all day.
These a-holes in the stands always act like they could shoot half as good as those guys. Let's see you do it, Tim! That's from the Marquette Pissa. Doug, the USGA has applied a soft cap, as I have been flagged, as the game is just really awry. But yes, I think I could probably shoot 64 at Augusta right now.
I don't have any doubt about that.
Thank you for saying it.
Yeah.
Thank you for saying
You
it.
ever gonged yourself, Doug?
Have you ever done what?
Gonged yourself?
I
for
don't
being
believe
11?
so.
Okay.
No.
Well, I'm glad Rory won. I don't like the random champion. Nothing against this poor Danny Willett just keeps getting brought up too.
Well, that's the thing. It was handed to him, and that's why. But what I'm saying here is McIlroy had it multiple of those moments, but he dodged the bullet because nobody went and got it. Or in the case of Rose, he gave it back. Cam Young kind of gave it back towards the back end of the front nine, but his ball striking and his play off the tee on the back nine, I think, was the best of anybody in the final few groups. He just couldn't putt. He obviously let it get away on 18, but he was out of the tournament at that point. And to his credit, he got up and down. But, Rose, I mean, my goodness, loses in the playoff to Sergio 9 years ago. Loses in the playoff to Rory last year, and he heads to the 11 tee with a 2-stroke lead. And, you head to 13, and even if that lead is 1, you're feeling pretty damn good. I mean, if you recall, he was on the green somehow at 45 years old. He is down there, and I think he had a 7 in. Beautiful shot. Then he's got a legitimate putt from about 25 feet for eagle, and he winds up parring it. And after that, he just started to spiral. And then, like I said, missed a 1-footer, maybe 2-footer on 17. Above the hole, super tough. But that changes the game also if he's sitting at 11 under going to 18.
I'm always really impressed when these guys will hit a shot, that they hate. It didn't go the way they wanted at all. But they usually just bounce right back and act like it didn't even bother them. Even after a horrible hole. They get a bogey, double bogey, and they come right back, and they're just as good as they were before.
It's the second 9, not the back 9. That's from the Warren County Wizard.
Gosh.
Chairman Ridley says to call it the second 9?
Why does Ridley think he can have that hair? 73 years old. He's got more hair than most high school kids.
Was there anyone more fired up that Rory won, meaning that he would have to give the green jacket?
Right, that was the big debate.
Yes,
Like,
Chairman Ridley.
Yeah.
Who hands the green jacket over? Well, the chairman will handle that.
Yeah, when in doubt.
Always yield to Chairman Ridley.
Okay, what did you do to become the chairman? I know he's a real estate attorney. I read that.
His father was into oil and gas.
Oh, is that right?
I don't know. I just made that up.
Okay.
It is pretty. It's great television. It really is.
Yeah.
And the birds are chirping, Doug. Did you notice that?
Of course, they don't have to pipe them in now. There's actually birds out there.
Weather was perfect.
Glorious conditions all 4 days.
Yeah, that was great.
Hello, friends.
Nothing worse than like a couple of years ago. I think it was like really nasty and rainy, and it doesn't feel like the Masters.
Yeah.
Doug Sergio didn't enjoy his day. We'll have audio of that for you.
It looked like who was Judge Smales? Who was again?
Spalding?
Caddyshack Spalding. He looked like Spalding attacking the tee box. I'm like, this is the Masters, and this guy is treating it like he's Spalding, smashing his glove.
We have the opening, though, of the Masters, and Martin, we made sure we had this for Doug because I think it puts it in perspective. You know, when you say things like fans instead of patrons, and I say things like the back nine instead of the second nine, you understand how wrong we are when you hear this.
Generation to generation to generation, Augusta National remains an American treasure and a gift to the game. And now for the 90th springtime, welcome to the Masters. From the Augusta National Golf Club in Augusta, Georgia, CBS Sports proudly presents the Masters. What is it about this tournament that triggers such deep emotions, as you saw in that piece? For fans and players alike, well, it's many things. It's a balance of history and tradition, these incredible lush conditions, and all the beauty that's so stunning time and time again through the generations. Augusta National and the Masters. Truly a tradition unlike any other.
Okay. Oh, gosh, boy, he's laying it on
You can
thick.
hear him getting
Holy
choked up at the end.
About to cry. It's a golf tournament.
Wow.
Had Hans Zimmer in the back blaring that orchestra.
Doug, they are not happy in the Air Comfort Service text inbox.
I wouldn't think so, no.
Golf sucks. Just played by old men who sucked at sports in high school. Our soccer team is stealing road points. Our football team has quarterback controversy, and our baseball team somehow has a winning record. If we're talking golf, whoever arranges this show needs a write-up. That's from the 636.
I like a good write-up.
Can you imagine that write-up, that meeting you have for poor show arrangement? Monday, April 13th. I see poor show arrangement.
Segment 7-2.
Yeah.
Heavy on golf.
They're not exactly old men. Most of the top players are late 20, 30-somethings.
Pretty elite athletes.
There's a few of them that hang around competitively that are older than that. But
How Tung Lee was talking about ones and twos, he said, in the toilet all weekend. And yet still was able to
Did
go
you
out
see
there.
him during the Walker home run?
no,
Or he was in the Azalea still.
in the
for
toilet.
half
Tough to
hour
say.
While Scheffler walked up to the green.
If you're having stomach issues and you go all white on Saturday at Augusta, bold.
he should have went all brown.
Well, I'm just saying. I thought that was a bold choice.
You see, the Pirates broadcast team did a spoof of that Nance Open on Sunday, Doug, from the Wrigley. It was the series finale Sunday at the Wrigley. And they kind of did the scoreboard in terms of the standings, but it was more like a golf scoreboard. It was a nice little spoof of Jim. Nance can be a little sappy and corny. That one, to me, really worked. It just does. It captures
Yeah,
it.
he's awfully good. He's really good. It's a perfect event for him.
Hey, 636, stop pretending like anyone cares about the Battlehawks. That's from the 314.
Okay, these people are yelling at each other.
Now, Jugs in D.C. The 636 should have their electricity disconnected. That's from Jugs in D.C. Not happy.
Seems a bit severe.
It's Jugs in D.C. Golfers aren't athletes. They might be in shape, but please do not call athletes based on that sport. That's from former fan page moderator Neil Allen, Craig Paquette.
Fly with me, lesbian battlehawk.
Beautiful song.
Doug Harrison Frost came in relief at quarterback for your Battlehawks. Harrison Frost led the way.
Yeah.
And you're saying, well, who's Harrison Frost?
Who is he?
He's a quarterback that used to play in the CFL. Does that help?
Where did he go to college?
He that's a great question, Doug, and the reason
Thank
I
you.
brought it up so you could ask me that, he went to Mercer but then transferred to West Georgia.
Okay.
And they upset Duke in 2014 as a 15 seed. Is that right?
Mercer, I think you're right.
Mercer's in Macon,
I feel
Georgia.
like that was Lehigh.
Did that dip ask from the 636 just act like the Battlehawks in St. Louis City are real sports? Are we going to talk about a bunch of people making left turns for 4 hours next? That's from Major Stronzo. And there is warfare now in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. And you would have never seen it coming when we started talking about the Masters. What do you think had the highest ratings of the three this weekend? City, Battlehawks, or the Masters?
Well,
But tied for first.
Yeah.
well, the numbers aren't out yet.
Do you think it's a mistake the Masters went head-to-head with the Battlehawks?
That's what I was wondering, just from a Venn diagram standpoint, socioeconomically.
They've on tape delay.
Gary, come back. No, you.
That was on at the same time.
Yeah.
Well, Martin, you would think it's good because you are a wealthy elite. That's from the 618.
Wealthy elite.
Who wants
Well,
the
I've been
text inbox
called
name wealthy elite?
I'll take that. Been called a lot of things, never a wealthy elite. Wouldn't mind being a wealthy elite.
You can text in as well your anger at 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text inbox. Talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. 278 friends are in there, and they're having a wonderful conversation. And then you can email in Forever Design Air Heating and Cooling. Email the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Healthcare Evolution, the sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour here on the morning after online at healthcare-evolution.com. That's healthcare-evolution.com. And they have a special going on for the month of April. Check this out by going to healthcare-evolution.com. Now, I went out there a couple months ago and had them take a look at my shoulder, and sure enough, the labrum tear that I thought was still bothering me or was still present years later, turns out it's gone. That's the ultrasound technology that they have at Healthcare Evolution. If you're dealing with shoulder issues, Healthcare Evolution has a big opportunity for you for the month of April. They deliver real answers and same-day pain relief for most of your medical issues. And for the month of April only, TMA listeners get a 10% discount on any shoulder problems. Common shoulder issues that Healthcare Evolution helps fix are rotator cuff partial tears, arthritis of the shoulder, and long-term wear and damage in the shoulder joint. Healthcare Evolution will take care of you. 10% off for TMA listeners by going to healthcare-evolution.com. That's Healthcare Evolution, sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour here on TMA. Well, Doug, it is 8 o'clock, and it's time for a very special TMA announcement.
What's that?
Are you prepared?
Well, I don't know. It depends on how jolting the announcement might be.
Join the morning after for the return of the Dotem Golf Tournament on Friday, May 15th at Oak Valley Golf Course and Resort, presented by Cutwater Canned Cocktails. That is
How about that? The return of the... Maybe Nance
product.
Could cut the open
I
for
wouldn't
that.
mind that. I would like that. Get your
Hello,
foursome.
slobs.
Get your foursome together. It's not hello friends, it's hello slobs.
We're going to alter the script just
And that's
a little
because
bit.
you're a wealthy elite?
Yep.
Get your foursome together to join me, Martin, Doug, and Jackson for a day out on the course that includes breakfast from Donut Drive-In, lunch from Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken, an after party with food from Texas Roadhouse, all your Cutwater canned cocktails, and Anheuser-Busch beer and seltzers, the 100 West Dental closest to the pin competition, the Evergreen Wealth Strategies longest drive competition, and more throughout the day. Registration opens this Friday morning at 8 a.m., with a portion of the proceeds benefiting Birdies for Bipolar. Find all the Dotem information now at 101ESPN.com. Get your foursome together and make sure you register at 8 a.m. this Friday online at 101ESPN.com. Doug, it's the Dotem, a tradition unlike any other.
And it usually sells out pretty quickly, too. Right?
Yeah, so make sure you're online at 8 o'clock this Friday. That includes your golf and all of your breakfast from Donut Drive-In, all of your Lee's famous recipe chicken for lunch, and your dinner from Texas Roadhouse, plus your Cutwater canned cocktails and Anheuser-Busch beer and seltzers. It's all included. And that's at Oak Valley, where we played last year.
I enjoyed that.
I really liked that course.
Yeah, nice little trek down the highway. It was a beautiful spot.
It's only 15 minutes from 270 and 55. Timed it out, Doug.
Yeah, it's always a fun time. Do you have it? I'm crowdsourcing here. You know how many openings there are? How many golfers that they'll take? Is it 150 or so?
I don't know. I'll be the bathroom attendant, though, Doug. I'll be the one.
Nice.
I'll do the ones and twos.
Oh, okay.
Clarifying with
Doug, is the Dotem golf tournament clothing optional? That's from the amateur proctologist.
Well, we would encourage you to wear bottoms at least. You don't have to wear a cute top.
Who's sponsoring the TMA kissing booth this year? That's from Eric in the Central West End.
I don't believe we've had one of those.
It's available.
Yeah, it's wide open for any sponsor who'd like to step in.
Do we get access to the putting green for free? That's from Harrison's brother, Master Doug. That was in the promo for the 2021 Dotem, in which Jackson was auctioned off, and the group who apparently purchased him were not aware of the purchase.
No.
It was tough.
And didn't want him to play with them.
Humbling experience.
So the putting green, we throw that in just as an added perk.
Sure.
You don't have to pay for that. So whoever wrote that copy maybe wasn't aware of how it works.
Probably not.
That's correct.
The ball wash machines are available for your use all day long.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today. It comes up on the Polos Plus dossier. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
In the market for a new vehicle, AutoLoanPro.com, the website to head to. Great selection of vehicles right there online, plus the guarantee that they'll get you that vehicle little to no money down. Best rates possible, and it doesn't matter what the situation is or what the circumstance is. You need a car, a little worried about that credit report? Well, AutoLoanPro.com gets you the vehicle, then helps you build back your credit. It's something they're really proud of, and that's why they put together that playbook that you can download on the site, AutoLoanPro.com, helping you get the vehicle and also understanding how the credit industry works. It's all right there on the site. Robert Thomas on there as well, part of the Lita family. Auto Loan Pro, the only thing you need to know is to choose a pro. So financing the car can get a little tricky. If you need some help, this is the perfect site to go to. Get into that vehicle with the best deal possible. Again, little to no money down. That's what they promise you at AutoLoanPro.com. So whatever the situation, don't worry about it. Get online, pick out the car at AutoLoanPro.com.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals lose yesterday to Boston. Back in action tonight, 6:45 first pitch against the Cleveland Guardians. Matthew Liberatore on the mound for the Redbirds. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
It's TMA 101 ESPN Fisher Window and Door Store, sponsor of our 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson Burkett and Chairman Kurt on the program, filtering phone calls and emails here on TMA. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Martin, you know anything about Design Air and Seth Goldcamp? I feel like you do.
Yeah, I do. Love working with Design Air. When we had them out to the house, needed to replace the furnace, the HVAC, and the whole process. Simple, smooth, and it all makes sense. They explain to you the changes, the technology that's available, the quality of your air, not just the temperature in your home. I love learning all of that. Then the installation, what a great team. They get it done, and they're there to get it done right, because the whole focus at Design Air is customer service. A lot of people say that's kind of a buzzword, but it really stands out with Design Air. That's why we love hearing the stories, your experience when they're in your home for a repair or a replacement, and then folks who said, listen, we were getting some bad information elsewhere. Seth's team came in and told it to us straight. DesignerService.com, the website. Sign up, get things tuned up for this summer. It's going to be real hot today. It's starting to kick in a little bit early this year. Get that air conditioning unit tuned up before the summer takes hold. It's DesignerService.com for all those heating and cooling needs year-round.
There it is. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Doug, huge development over the weekend. Sure, the Cardinals might have lost 2 of 3, but Jordan Walker, why he leads the major leagues in home runs. Also, in downtown St. Louis this weekend, fans who were enjoying Ballpark Village on Friday night got a real treat.
What they get?
Guess what happened? Navy Caps on the Road was playing on the sound system at Ballpark Village.
Was it really?
And now you've got to feel like there's some real momentum. Chairman Kurt is wearing the Navy cap right now, Doug.
Sure is.
And Chairman Kurt, what can you tell us about this development?
It was surreal. It was a surreal moment to be in a packed house like that before a big series against the Red Sox and hear a piece of art that I created get played for just, I would think, thousands of people.
Huh, and you were right there amongst them.
Yeah, I didn't want to make it about me, so I kind of just went upstairs and kind of got a bird's eye view so I could take it all in, see how the people reacted.
And you can hear it right here. This was Chairman Kurt's video as his handiwork played at Ballpark Village. Doug, take a listen.
All right. Hear it.
Unbelievable, Doug. It's playing at Ballpark Village now, and it's just a matter of time before Casey Kasem's playing it on the top 40.
How did the patrons react when they heard that? Did they react at all?
Based on the video, there seemed to be a gentleman in the Hawaiian shirt who was really rocking out. Another gentleman in a rugby shirt seemed to enjoy it.
So I took a wide, distant video of everything, and then I kind of went back and examined it, and I did see a couple in the bottom right-hand corner, and the gentleman his foot was just tapping away like he was in the restroom at Hooterville.
See?
Oh.
His wife and him, I don't know if it was his wife, hopefully, they linked hands, they were kind of swaying with it a little. It just...
See?
It brings people together.
Yeah, love was in the air.
It's an earworm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did they give you a heads up when it was going to play?
I had a little idea of when it might come, and it was a little after what they had told me, and it allowed the anticipation to build, really.
Mm-hmm. Sharon in Clayton is a huge fan of the song. She says it's such a damn banger.
Now, unfortunately, other responses in the Air Comfort Service text inbox are not as supportive. I remember when a computer created something for me and I called it my own. That's from Tim's toothless bottom boy.
Hey, bottom boy, why don't you create something and then let's see how it turns out?
Wow! The chairman has struck back. The TMA Reddit insider says, wow, big congratulations, chairman. You dork! That's from the TMA Reddit insider. So, Doug, some people, like Sharon and Clayton, she calls it a banger.
Right.
Others, they be hating.
But that happens with all types of music, right?
And keep that same energy when they bring back the Navy caps, and you'll have me to partially thank for it. I want your, what did you say, Jackson? Your apology should
be as loud as your disrespect.
There you go.
Nice.
Huh. And the next step in this is, I don't know what that little street is that cuts in between Ballpark Village and
There's a real
Busch
point
Stadium.
of consternation on opening day between me and Martin.
But
Clark.
I'm going to take it across Clark. The next goal is to get it in the stadium.
Well, that could be tougher.
I think so.
Because the people that run the place are the ones deciding not to wear the Navy caps on the road.
They played Boy Foy or whatever it was, like over a decade
For Colby
ago.
Rasmus.
Led to a World Series.
Led to a World Series because he went into such a bad slump, they traded him away. So I hope everybody thanks this program for 2011.
I had someone reach out to me over the weekend, and they, I guess, run the music for their 11-year-olds baseball team, and they asked for permission to play it in between innings at the youth baseball game.
Oh, it's growing.
Yes!
And if you own or work and run the music at a local establishment and you'd like to help spread the message, just reach out to me. We'll make it happen.
Navy caps on the road's an absolute banger. Well done, Chairman Kurt. That's from Trashman Steve.
Well, they do seem like they're having a little more fun. That bobblehead that they're putting out with Molina and Brandon Phillips, they're like fighting. That's actually a bobblehead. Yadier Molina's wearing the blue cap.
Yes!
That's a throwback to the fight in Cincinnati, I guess.
How long ago was that?
2010. 16 years.
Yeah.
It's the Molina Brandon Phillips bobblehead, July 6th, when the Reds are in town. So they're having a little more fun. What I'm saying is maybe they'd be open to Kurt's music since they're kind of having letting their hair down a little bit.
Well, he was wearing a Navy cap when that happened.
That's what I'm saying.
What percentage would you give, Martin, that they play that inside of Busch Stadium? It's been played at Ballpark Village now.
By season's end, that's all. I got the whole season here. I'll put it at 50%.
50% that it gets played by the Busch Stadium.
Maybe during like
sound
BP
system?
one day or something. Yeah, I think somebody will be cheeky.
Oh, I was going to give it like 1%.
I'm going 50.
Ox5 says you guys need to have McGreevy play it as his warm-up song. Doug, we need to get it to McGreevy, and then while he's warming up, he plays it.
But then
would.
he'd be taking the opposite side of his bosses, which is not an easy thing to do.
He's under contract.
The line,
He's got
come
a
on,
wedding to pay
DeWitt,
for,
this
Doug.
is baseball heaven. Might hurt your chances. And we asked Mo. I don't know how much weight that pulls at the moment.
The ultimate decision, we think, is Bill DeWitt III?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Oh, hell yes, Chairman. Can I get a version that I can input into my Apple Music so I don't have to listen to my screen recording? It's from Sharon and Clayton. Is that available, Chairman?
I was not aware of how arduous of a process getting it up on streaming platforms is. I'm working on it as fast as I can, but if you reach out to me, I can send you an MP3.
There you go.
All right, now a friend of mine who works with the Jumbotron crew said you better go lower. I put it at 50%. Said you should go lower.
Uh-oh. Short the market, Doug, while you
I
can.
think they're having a little more fun this year. I'm not ruling it out.
Doug, stop being such a hater. That's Sharon and Clayton.
What am I hating?
Sharon, stop texting in. Nobody cares what
Almost immediately.
what Muser's Pub thinks. Muser's Pub's over there by Pizza Go-Go and Epiphany Bowling Lanes. Am I right?
I think so.
Sharon and Clayton? Is it Muser's this morning?
Probably not. I don't hate the song. I like the song a lot. I'm just saying the idea of it getting played in Busch Stadium is probably remote at best.
God, I really liked my play until my inside source said better go lower.
If I could have gotten every dollar I had in on the under, I would have been shipping it. Chris Kerber joins us coming up on the other side of the break for his traditional 101 ESPN Blues appearance on Mondays in the 8 o'clock hour. That is next here on TMA 101 ESPN.
Hey, you know, when you have a repair or something that needs to be done for yourself or around the house, one of the most important things that you need is trust. Well, that's what you get with Classic Air Care. Look, I don't care whether it's a doctor you've gotten well to know. You call them up, you know you can trust them. You know you get the care you need. Maybe it's a mechanic, somebody you're trusting with your car. You know, if I take them to there, I know I'm just going to get the best service, and I know I can trust what I'm being told. That's why I like Classic Air Care. It's the same with them. They've got a 4.8 Google rating for a reason. Their techs are trained. They treat their employees right. Everything from their own internal culture funnels all the way through to the customer, because customer service is their number one priority. So when you call them up and have them come in for a $79 tune-up of your air conditioning system to make sure that it's ready to go for the summer, you know that you can trust it's going to be done well, done right, and you're giving yourself the best opportunity to avoid any major problems when that summer heat hits. It's that simple. They're trustworthy. They're going to be good. They're going to get the job done right, and they're going to help you save money in the long run. It's Classic Air Care. Book an appointment online at classicaircare.com.
Welcome back to the Morning After 101 ESPN from the Stiefel Studios. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. And every Monday during the Blues season, Chris Kerber joins us to give us his perspective. And Chris Kerber's with us now here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Kerbs.
Morning, Tim. How are you?
I'm fine, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. What is your perspective now that it is officially over for the Blues on the 2025-2026 season, and why, if you had to, if you were like AI for the Blues season, why it didn't reach the expectations that so many had for the team when this thing got underway back in October?
I think you've got to just look at the start. The start was just so bad, it was too much to overcome, you know, and the why, well, there's a lot of great questions and a lot of great digging that gets to be done into that one, because it isn't just this season. It's been the last few seasons, obviously, right, that the start's been an issue. But it's just so hard to climb your way back in. And even a team that made the playoffs this year, like the Ottawa Senators, and the run that they had to go in, or look at how great the run was by the Columbus Blue Jackets once they changed head coaches, and that's still, you know, looks like it may not be enough. There could be some fireworks here in the last 2 days in that division there, but we'll have to wait and see. You know, so to me, it's really just the start just wasn't good enough and put the team behind the eight ball, and they just weren't able to recover. And now, you know, now they find themselves probably not far from where they thought they'd be, obviously outside the playoffs. But, you know, now you're looking, if you continue to play well in these last three, you play yourself out of a top 10 pick. I mean, there's so many different scenarios right now from a franchise impacting standpoint. And I think it all goes back to the start of the season.
And if Holloway and Thomas are the only two guys on the team that have scored 20 or more goals. I guess that's what they really have to fix, don't they? They got to get more offense.
Well, yeah, Doug, that's one of many things, I think. But, yeah, and that's the crazy part about that. And hopefully, it's, you know, Snuggerud's knocking right on that door. So hopefully we see him get there, too. But, yeah, the offense, you know, really until coming out of the Olympic break, the offense was just dreadfully inconsistent. And key guys, I mean, Pavel Buchnevich has been a 70-point player, you know, not close. Robert Thomas is actually pretty close to his normal pace. Injuries just derailed his season. And I would say the same thing when it comes to Holloway, you know, on the injury front. Jordan Kyrou, you know, not close, you know, like Pavel in terms of goals and assists and where that should be. And frankly, just consistent play, period, you know, and that's top to bottom. You know, a year ago, Colton Parayko was at 16 goals. I think the other day it was his third, right? So, Yeah, offense has been a big issue, and I don't know that that's just fixed by one guy, though. I think there's an approach, system-wise or whatever, that will get tweaked, because it wasn't just one guy that was off in that department. It really was a lot of them this year.
Do they hand out a team MVP? And I'm trying to think because there are good stretches here. We've talked about Thomas and Holloway, but in terms of from day one to now, maybe it's Broberg. I don't know. Hofer's been great in the second half, but I'm not sure. Do they do team awards?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay. So if you had to pick,
but I would agree.
You think it's Broberg?
Yeah, I would think that the most consistent player from start to finish this year, top to bottom, has had a great year. You look at where they've emerged to. I would say it had to be Broberg. He's had one heck of a season and has stepped into the role here. He set a career high in points, average minutes per played. Especially in the second half, he's logged every minute against top players. He's playing, and I saw the great debate, on Hockey Night in Canada over the weekend with, it had Chris Pronger and Elliot Friedman, Kevin BX on it, and they were talking about the Norris Trophy, and I'm not suggesting that Philip Broberg had a Norris Trophy winning season, but it's funny how when it comes to people evaluating the best defenseman, they look at points, more so than anything. But when you get a number one guy, and Alex Pietrangelo was this kind of guy, right? And he hasn't won a Norris Trophy. I think he was a finalist one time, but could play power play, top power play minutes, top penalty kill minutes, and defend against the top teams 5-on-5. That's a fantastic player, and that seems to be what the St. Louis Blues have with Broberg.
Any other bright spots they can point to this year? May you come along about how they would have expected?
Listen, I actually, and this is not just looking at it from a silver lining standpoint. Yeah, I do think there are bright spots. I think the second half season for Logan Mailloux, now look, in the second half of the one thing you got to temper everything with when you look at how players perform down the stretch here is the pressure's been off. I know they climbed themselves back to within, back to within, the playoff chase, and had those that last LA and the San Jose game's gone differently. Maybe we're talking some things differently, but for the most part, it's been carefree hockey because the pressure's been off. And so that said, you guys have had some opportunities. I think Logan Mailloux has had a fantastic second half compared to the way things started for him. I mean, again, you're talking about somebody that's just played 60-something games total in his NHL career, right? So we're talking still really new and young. And guys, and I actually, Jimmy Snuggerud, I think, has really emerged into a great spot. You can see why when they decided to trade Zach Bolduc, they said, okay, we know we got a top six, forward in Jimmy Snuggerud, and may not just be top six. Looks like he might have a top three, and that one's good. So to me, yeah, I think the brightest spots, Broberg, Snuggerud. I definitely think lately Lindstein, the way he's played, especially with Parayko. And I think if you look at the whole picture, I'd put Mailloux in there as an honorable mention, but I think that stock has risen clearly with the second half that he's seen and we've seen from him.
I thought it was interesting. Montgomery said first time as a head coach he's missed the playoffs. Now, he had a couple of seasons where he was fired. Of course, last year came in, made it with the Blues. But he also said that he's going to learn a lot, take some lessons for himself and do better. And I know he broke it down a little more specifically, but he does seem to be willing to not only take critique, but to, like, if you ask him a question, he'll kind of chew on it a little bit and maybe reflect. Instead of being defensive, he basically said, I got to be better.
He had said something, man, midway point of the season, maybe a little bit past it. When we were talking to him once, and he said that he doesn't think that he handled the start of the season well, the way things were going. And at times he said he felt like, and he learned this, he said, after listening to some of the leaders talking to him, like he was actually coming down almost too hard on things. And he himself didn't handle that, the start of the season very well. And I thought that was a terrific self-reflective thing that he had said. And it shows that, yes, coaches have to learn to get better too. And when they go through things, and even coaches that have found success and won championships at different levels, there's different scenarios that they go through for the first time. And clearly the start to this season was one of those times for him that, I think he'll end up being better from. So that's, when you have that kind of coach too, I think that's a positive.
Chris Kerber with us here on TMA every Monday during the season, and the Blues season concludes here coming up this week. April 13th, April 14th, April 16th, and then, Doug, we'll shut her down and focus on the offseason. It is tonight against the Wild. Pre-game 6 p.m., puck drop 7 p.m., Blues and Wild here on 101 ESPN. Chris Kerber with us on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Kerbs, we appreciate the time as always. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, guys. Have an awesome week. We'll talk to you next week.
Thank you. It's Chris Kerber with us here on TMA, giving us his perspective on the Blues. Along those lines, Chris Pronger has just released an excerpt from his book that, Doug, you'll want to hear. And we'll have that for you coming up on the other side of the break. It's TMA, 101 ESPN.
Now, do we have to pay Chairman Kurt an ASCAP fee?
I think so. I mean,
should.
Chairman, you're going to have a full album soon.
I have 4 songs ready for release.
Yes.
I finished one yesterday, and I want to preface this by saying it's after Busch Stadium, but the next single will be called Full Busch. Bring it back.
Might have to pull my kids aside and explain it to them.
Grandma Johan says 9 catchers might be better than Navy caps.
Wow. Bold.
I might agree.
Bold. Wow.
Well, that's just how
but it is like, okay, I mean, if you said, what's your favorite song on the Thriller album, I think we all might come up with different answers. Doug loves Thriller.
Yeah.
I love Human Nature.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, Sisters with Voices sampled at 93. Jackson, you like Billie Jean.
Of course.
Martin, Beat It.
For the sake of filling out the roster, I'll take Beat It.
Nice. And Chairman, you enjoyed PYT.
Yeah.
Yeah, see?
like
That's the
that
same
9
thing that Chairman's got going with his album.
Okay.
9 catchers.
It just
That's
came
Dua
out
Lipa.
on-
You got to sing that, right?
Yep, that was Dua Lipa.
Sabby Carpenter did the Navy Caps on the Road.
I think she mentioned it at Coachella.
Yeah, she
on Friday
was.
night.
Yeah.
But again, you write all the words.
Every word comes from me.
Now, you think it would be difficult for me to get Kurt's song, Navy Caps, into the building, played inside the stadium?
Yeah.
What if we tried to get Dua Lipa to actually sing 9 catchers at a
that's not
show?
gonna work either.
I think Flo Rida has exclusive rights to Busch Stadium performances.
Right. Doug, I deep teased this before the commercial break. Headline on The Athletic this morning: Chris Pronger's great mistake. Negotiating under the influence and signing long-term in Edmonton. Written by Chris Pronger. This is an excerpt from his book. Now, I would imagine for many Blues fans, I would imagine for all of us here in the Stiefel studios, we heard the rumors of what went on with Pronger and Edmonton, and then you never know what the hell is true. So Pronger in his book, one of the reasons he was on the program, was that last week or was that 2 weeks ago, Doug? Do you remember?
Oh,
2 weeks ago.
Probably 2 weeks
ago.
yeah.
Okay.
10 days.
Was to talk about this book, Earned. And he finally sets the record straight. I know some of you have been waiting for this one, so here's the full story. The night I got traded to Edmonton, August 3rd, 2005, I'd gone to a friend's 30th birthday party and consumed a plethora of alcoholic beverages.
Oh.
I had a good buzz going on when I found out about the trade. There's your vulnerability. There's your truth. Not exactly the story they put on hockey cards. My phone rang. It was my agent. I ducked into a quiet room, half drunk, thinking I was headed to L.A., Florida, or maybe Boston. Those were the teams we'd heard whispers about. Edmonton, he said. Edmonton? Nobody mentioned effing Edmonton. On our way home, Lauren, his wife, and I stopped at a bookstore. She asked the clerk, "Do you have any books about Edmonton?" The woman looked at her like she'd asked for books about the North Pole. "Why would anyone want to go there?" she said. "Welcome to our new life. Here's where I effed up and where the story you think you know goes sideways." Lauren and I had talked about it through the night. We talked about signing my qualifying offer with Edmonton, a place Lauren had never even been to yet, and decided to give it a try for 1 year. Signed my qualifying offer, then reevaluate. Going from St. Louis to Edmonton for just a year, we could handle that. Then we'd evaluate and see what we wanted to do from there. And then she went to bed. But at 1 a.m., my agent called me back. They want to talk contract. They don't want you playing on a 1-year deal. They can't afford a contract with $7 million in the number. I should have said no. Should have said I need to sleep on it. Should have said I need to talk to my wife. Instead, sitting in my home office, several more beers deep, we started negotiating. And by 2 a.m., I had agreed to a new deal at 5 years.
Oh, man.
Lauren went to bed thinking I would sign for 1 year. That was the plan. Test it out, see if Edmonton worked for our family, and then decide. The next morning, I told her I signed for 5 years. The silence that followed was louder than any arena crowd. You made a 5-year commitment about our lives without talking to me while you were drunk? No excuses. That was my standard. So I owned it. Yes, I effed up. I let my agent drive the conversation. I was drinking. I made a decision that affects our family without including you. There's no excuse for it. So the day after the Oilers lost that year to the Hurricanes in the Stanley Cup Final, Pronger writes that he packed up and they moved their stuff out, and then all of these rumors began to fly about why he was exiting Edmonton. He said he had made up his mind back in November that he was not going to stay. From November to June, I played every game knowing I was leaving. Do you understand what that's like, suiting up every night for fans who love you, teammates who trust you, knowing you're going to break their hearts? But I'd already broken a more important trust. I'd chosen my career over my family once, and I wasn't doing it again. Doug, there is the story of Chris Pronger from the Blues to the Oilers and how he signed a 5-year deal, negotiating it at 2 a.m. drunk.
I wonder if that's the plan on the part of the organization, that we get a better deal out of these guys if we do it in the middle of the night after they return home from the bars or a party.
I want to know how drunk the Blues were. They traded him for Eric Brewer.
Yeah, that was a head-scratcher.
Didn't even tell the guy. Pronger was on the Ice Guardians with Chaser and Hully. And many great stories, of course. Those guys just going back. And a lot of sinister laughs from Pronger during the whole interview. But then when they talk about Mike Keenan, and this is something I don't know if I've ever heard anybody say, but Brett Hull, who obviously didn't really care for Keenan, he says, the guy's not a good coach. Why doesn't anybody ever talk about the fact he doesn't know X's and O's? And Hull has this whole take on how Keenan kept getting jobs despite the fact he was a terrible coach.
He won with the Rangers when they hadn't won in forever, and that kind of sealed his reputation as this genius.
It was all mind games, all the sort of, messing with players instead of actually being good at strategy. And I never heard anybody point that out. But that is if you enjoy Pronger, which we all do, Hully, Chaser, those three together, that was a lot of fun.
That's a great podcast.
And at one point, Pronger just goes, hold on, guys, I got to take this. He's getting like a call. They go, all right, fine, we'll just take a break.
I know this story's false because what bookstore is open that late after a party? That's from Jackson's Lone Wispy Pube.
Maybe QT, Mobile on the Run.
QT.
Yeah. They have a fabulous book selection.
Oh, okay.
And you like their breakfast pizza also?
Oh, boy. I had a lunch pizza. Didn't sit well with me.
Number 1 and number 2, fella. Left, over there.
It didn't mean anything, though.
Yeah, we were drunk. We were hammered.
Cat has chimed in.
Is this what the Virgin spends his weekends doing instead of chasing tail? That's from Gooner Reloaded.
How the hell did I catch a stray?
I was wondering what that was in reference to. You've just been sitting there silently while we talk hockey, which I believe is your brand.
Correct. What did I do?
I don't know what you did.
Doug, that's Gooner Reloaded.
I wouldn't mind an all-night bookstore.
He was trying to snipe the chairman for putting the music together. That's my theory. And then,
but did I doth protest too much?
And then you got drug into this. Pronger's got a big event tomorrow before the game with the Penguins Tuesday. Final home game is Tuesday. It's a late game. He's got a little Q&A beforehand. ChrisPronger.com. That's where you get the info. He is making the rounds.
Yeah, boy, is he ever.
He's probably on in Tulsa right now. I mean, this guy is popping up everywhere.
He really is. He is making the rounds. You're welcome to call in on the program, 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines. Text in to the Air Comfort Service text in box 314-399-9646. And, of course, you can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Miss anything? Go back and podcast it via the Schaefer Door Company podcast step. That's SCHAEFER door.com. Jason Gassrow was in here on Friday with the poor film student who won that garage door for winning the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Month. And the poor film student flew in from Burbank to St. Louis, Doug, to be on this program. Imagine that. How lucky are you that you just have to drive 10 minutes? The poor film student loves this show so much that he flew 4 hours across the country to be here.
I think I would fly 4 hours for a free garage door.
How about that?
I think I would.
Thank you, Jason Gassrow. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the wonderful prize. Schaefer Door, longtime sponsor here on TMA. SCHAEFER door.com. SchaeferDoor.com. It's 8:49 in St. Louis. Jim Bowden with a piece on Major League Baseball trends early in the seasons, which ones to buy into, which ones are fraudulent. He writes about Jordan Walker. We'll have that for you next here on the program. It's TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues Wild tonight. Pregame at 6, puck drop at 7 right here on 101 ESPN. This is their Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Oh, they were playing it Friday night in downtown St. Louis. Will they be playing it tonight? I ask.
I heard on Friday night.
You were there?
Mm-hmm.
Pony?
Decent crowd, I would say. Pretty solid. It was a beautiful evening for ball.
It feels like they've got considerably more fans than they had the last couple years. You know, when they played many games with just next to nobody in the stadium.
Yeah.
I think the fans are a little more jazzed up than that.
Saw some Boston Toughs.
They were toughing around?
Sure.
Guys from Southie?
What it felt like. Yeah.
Quite a few Red Sox fans there. I don't know if they're just, they had to be local people who just like the Red Sox. I can't imagine a lot of people made the trip in from Massachusetts.
Why not?
To see this series. But there was a lot of them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Jim Bowden writing this morning, column titled, "What Early Season MLB Trends Should We Believe and Which Ones Are Mirages?" And he writes, "Jordan Walker is finally having his breakout season. Do you believe or do you not believe?" And he says, believe. In 2023, I predicted Walker would win the NL Rookie of the Year and develop into a star. 3 years later, the Cardinal outfielder hasn't yet found stardom. I've taken grief from fans ever since, and I don't blame them. However, Walker has started this year off with a bang with 7 home runs and a 1,138 OPS in 15 games and may finally be reaching that ceiling he held as a prospect. This strong start comes after he made some significant changes at the plate. He's altered his stance, swing, and approach following time at Driveline in the offseason, and now has the confidence and mechanics to live up to my early expectations for his career. Barbara Streisand would be proud, as I believe that a star is born in St. Louis." Wow. Nice. Doug Yentl.
Yeah, I remember that.
Is that what the weird hat she was wearing?
Yeah, she was
Not
kind of
so
non-binary, too.
dangerous.
A little bit non-binary. Walker is just so strong. He hits the ball so incredibly hard. I mean, he's about 6 inches and 50 pounds heavier than the average player running around out there. So if he just makes contact, he's got a chance to be very productive as a hitter, as we've seen the first month.
He's got 41 total bases. Next closest on the team would be Alec Burleson with 22.
I'm guessing those Red Sox fans here probably hang out with the St. Louis Chiefs fans. A lot of traitors in our town. That's from eggplant emojis. Doug, that's in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat with 294 friends gathered watching us and talking to each other.
Oh, okay.
I would guess they're probably Red Sox fans from that area or have been for a long. I don't think they just decided to grab a cap this weekend and support the out-of-town team.
Yeah.
Walker leads Major League Baseball in total bases, by the way, with 41
home runs. How about that?
It could have been a lot of those fans grew up in the Boston area and they moved here for the toasted ravioli.
Yeah, I can see that.
And so they're still Red Sox fans. They got the jerseys and everything.
I can see that. How long did you stand up for Wilson Contreras on Friday night?
Solid. It was like a 10 to 15 second, because they have to put in for the ovations. The team has to put in, be like, hey, we want to do an ovation for this guy, so you suspend the pitch clock for a second.
Yeah, he stepped out of the box and tipped his cap.
Tipped his cap, showed a lot of love. But it seemed people were, excited to see Wilson Contreras again.
Here is Wilson Contreras' reaction to the ovation he received Friday evening in his return to St. Louis. Ken Rosenthal, Doug.
Here's an interview between a player and a broadcaster.
All right.
Yeah,
nice. We could hear it.
I had a couple Wilson Contreras clips. I wasn't sure which one was which.
Okay.
You had some good years here. You wanted to stay here, but you waived your no-trade clause for the Red Sox. Wilson, what has it been like for you coming back and hearing the way the fans have responded?
I'm going to be honest. This is the first time that I got emotional after the WBC. I wasn't expecting that good of ovation, but that melted my heart. I have really good memories in here. I have really good friends on the other side. Coming back to St. Louis, the team that gave me the opportunity and trust myself to win free agents. I'm always going to be thankful and grateful with them. But I'm glad that we won tonight, and I'm glad I get to see them again.
Yeah. He had 4 hits yesterday.
How do you do?
A home run.
How do you do? Yeah, he got him going early on with a 2-run home run. Sonny Gray also made his return to St. Louis. Doug, and here is what Sonny Gray had to say.
Okay. Hit the lever, please.
And it just may have been bad timing as far as, the direction. The direction that the organization was heading towards. I do think the first year we maybe had tried to add some pieces and to kind of do that, and and then the next year, which was last year, we thought maybe we could still do something. It just great organization, great city, just maybe bad timing.
Yeah,
I think that's fair. A lot of players that would say, "Oh man, I would love to play for the Cardinals. All these years, I've always wanted to be a Cardinal." And then you get here, Sonny Gray, Wilson Contreras, maybe not the best time to be a Cardinal.
They're on a down cycle, and you're on the other side of 30.
Yeah, so many fantastic memories from the Contreras era. I miss him behind the plate. That's from Mr. Mudjack Mike.
Okay, Mike.
I love talking to that guy, man. He was one of the best sound bites we've had in a long time. Emotion on his sleeve, Doug. A lot of emotion.
Yeah. Doug, he tipped his Navy cap on the road. That's from Donnie Pants.
Oh, sure did.
I think they always wear Navy caps.
They do. I was watching the Red Sox when they play on the road, not in their red uniforms, but in the all gray. That's what the Cardinals should look like on the road. It's exactly what the Cardinals should
I share your opinion, sir.
It's a handsome uniform.
Bill DeWitt III said one of the reasons why they don't wear the red hats on the road is because they're the Cardinals and they're red. And then I present the Red Sox, which are
red, but wear Navy caps exclusively. That's the only cap they got is Navy.
Cincinnati Reds, they wear always red, right?
Yeah, which franchise would you rather be, the Cincinnati Reds or the Boston Red Sox?
Well, don't scold me.
I'm scolding the ownership through you because you hold so many rights.
By proxy.
You hold so many rights.
June 22nd, Arenado's return. Arizona will be at Busch Stadium Monday, June 22nd.
He's having a really rough go.
Will he still be on the roster?
He's even sitting on the bench a little bit. He hadn't had a home run yet. He's hitting, I don't have it right in front of me, but it's like 100 something. He's really struggled. I don't recall, maybe you guys do, when a guy who was just a flat-out superstar lost it quite so quickly. When it didn't appear to be there was an injury, there might be something that he can play with, but not the same guy. But he just really fell off the cliff.
Yeah, like wear and tear at third. Like Roland wasn't an MVP caliber player towards the end of his career, but he still had some decent seasons, decent numbers. I'm trying to think of a good comp for just being a, Hall
you go
of
from
Fame
an MVP caliber in 2022 to a guy
within about a year and a half. I mean, just immediately.
This year he's 9 for 50, no home runs, 3 RBIs. He's hitting 180.
Arenado's exit velocity's dropped 5% every year the last 5 years. Nobody should be superseded.
Superseded?
I gotta read if it's in the teleprompter.
Okay.
I would think surprised, but that's an aggressive
Maybe that's
autocorrect.
Yeah. Yeah, you just wonder why he lost it quite so quickly. I mean, he's 34. He's not 44. Sometimes you see it with a superstar who plays into their 40s and then wakes up one day and has got nothing. But Arenado would hit him in the early 30s.
Great stuff, Martin. Riveting. Who are the Cardinals playing on May 7th again? That's from Harrison's brother Master, and he is mad about you talking about the Diamondbacks coming here.
See, we talked about a Contreras return. We talked about a Sonny Gray return.
One moment here, Martin.
Nobody should be superseded.
Hearing that.
Oh, in a major way. Who would get the longer ovation, Contreras or Arenado?
I think the Arenado thing, and that's kind of why I brought this up, in terms of the return, I think there was some warmth for Contreras. And
fans liked or loved Wilson Contreras.
Because I think they felt he really wanted to be here, and he even said, I wanted to be part of the rebuild. Whereas I think it became more and more evident that Arenado was ready to leave, and both sides kind of, I mean, that was the priority. Remember, Mozeliak said, trade Arenado, trade Arenado, trade the three top priorities that was going into 2025. It's just that it didn't happen. And so I think people kind of figured out it was maybe not his favorite place to be. So I think that will temper it. I don't know, though. Will he still be in their lineup June 27th? We're talking about 2 months from now. A guy who's not hitting at all.
Brendan Donovan hitting pretty well with Seattle. He's playing third base for them. Leadoff hitter. Got 3 homers. Hitting pretty well.
Harrison's brother Master is back. Do you guys think Kyrou will get an ovation after he's dealt? Doug, what will that scene be like?
Mixed ovation. Not because he has, and he's been a good player. I mean, this is a down year, but he's been a 30-goal scorer, so you got to take that into account too. I think expectations are higher for him than what he delivered, certainly than what he delivered this year.
Riveting, Harrison.
The B-Fib check-in.
Mark Hanna is the sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour here on TMA. Evergreen Wealth Strategies is his company online at evergreen-ws.com. Call 314-889-0503. That's 314-889-0503. Mark Hanna with Evergreen Wealth Strategies. I can't say enough good things about Mark individually, and I cannot say enough about the importance of having a financial advisor no matter what stage you are in your life. Call Mark. You'll be happy you did. You'll feel better about the world and your life when you get off the phone with him. 314-889-0503 or go online at evergreen-ws.com. It is the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour here on the morning after 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Ryan Luchtefeld of Delmar Mortgage is who I recommend if you are looking to buy a home or to refinance. Ryan gives out his personal number, and that number is 618-593-3608. You heard him with us throughout the Billiken run. He is a former Billiken, and he is with Delmar Mortgage. Online at delmarmortgage.com. Delmar Mortgage, 60 years, family-owned business, and Ryan himself has been doing it with them for 22 years, 13 of which with Delmar Mortgage. 618-593-3608. That is Ryan's number directly to him. 618-593-3608. You're going to get that personal local touch, but with all the necessary technology to make the process smooth and easy. Pre-approvals and fast-track options that'll make your offer stick out to local sellers and listing agents, and closings in as little as 2 weeks. It's Ryan Luchtefeld and Delmar Mortgage online at delmarmortgage.com or by calling 618-593-3608. Oh, Doug, it's the greatest intro in, they say, radio history.
Really?
Yeah.
Tied with Stiefel market moves.
Yeah, that's a good one,
Where the
too.
Nance Open. It's kind of right there.
Jackson, what do we have for So What'd Your Grandma Think? A lovely treat here on TMA 101
Been too
ESPN.
long.
Yeah, it is.
Two from the Masters this weekend. One happened Saturday after Scottie Scheffler's brilliant 65. He was asked if it could have been. He just wasn't pleased with the question, although it seemed that he answered the question several times before and after, or at least a similar question. Here, I'll just let you decide for yourself.
Love to hear it. It's
Scotty, that was a 65 today. What did it feel like it could have or should have been? That's just a terrible question. Next question. Awful.
What enabled you to...
No, is he laughing?
Yes.
Okay, so he said terrible, awful, but he laughed.
And he's looking at kind of like the guy who asked it and chuckling. And I don't know. To me, that would make it worse. If he was just like really pissed, but the chuckle after made it feel like, I don't know, I feel like I would feel worse if I was a journalist.
So he shot a 65, and the man wanted to know what he could have done better?
Well, what should it hear?
It's just a terrible question. Next question. Awful.
What enabled you to...
Sound made like he wasn't pissed. He just knew it was kind of a bad question and laughed it off.
Yeah.
He didn't sound really angry there.
No, certainly not angry.
But what is the point? He says, you could have scored even better.
Right.
And it's like, dude, I shot a 65.
Might have been easier just to say, well, like a couple putts could have fallen that didn't.
Yeah.
That's just a terrible question. Next question. Awful.
It's a good drop. And then we also had Sergio Garcia, who decided to take out some of his frustration on his driver.
Doug, this was on number 2 yesterday. Sergio, you might know him as El Nino, which of course means the boy. And the boy was not happy.
Obviously not super proud of it, but sometimes it happens.
What did they tell you on the fourth hole?
I'm not going to tell you.
You nobody else use your drive.
It makes it very easy. I just have to hit 3-wood all the time. Didn't have to choose another club.
Your record here since you won is surprising. Is there one reason for it, or how do you explain that?
Bad golf.
Is there something specific to here that has happened?
Bad shots.
Did they give you a warning or something on the fourth?
Nice question, please.
He's not wanting to do the interview.
They kind of circled back. They got away from that. Something was said to him on that fourth hole after his little meltdown, which I bet Doug, the chairman, did not approve.
Probably not.
Yeah, Chairman Ridley.
And then he said, we're not going to talk about that. Then they kind of brought back. Next question.
I really want to be next to Sergio when he gets that call, because most people would probably be like, okay, I'm sorry, Chairman, but I can't imagine Sergio is going to be too apologetic.
No.
And they said, what's the problem about bad golf? Well, what kind of bad shots?
They must make them do the interviews, because you can tell these guys are not wanting to talk.
Yeah, Scheffler was pretty brief, and he's usually, even in defeat, expounds. He was brief with Amanda Balionis yesterday. I think he felt like it was there, and he did hit it quite well, just wasn't able to make putts. Scheffler, the only guy of the players in the final 4 pairings who really had a good day. In the final 4 pairings, Doug, with Scottie Scheffler, he was joined by Hao Tong Lee. Hao Tong Lee responded to the opportunity by firing an 80.
Yeah, well, it happens.
Jason Day was in the mix starting the day. He fired a 75.
Yeah.
Justin Rose shot a 32 on the front. I'm sorry, the first 9. Please forgive me, Chairman. And then fired a 38 on the second.
Why are they offended by calling it the front?
You'll have to ask the chairman.
Yeah, when
the
he
front
joins
9.
us.
The last thing I'll do.
Why
I'll
would
be
you be-
damned if I'm going to speak for the chairman.
He's the one that's making all these rules?
Nobody protects them.
He does.
You can't say the front 9 and back 9.
I did hear Jim Nance say, and on the second 9.
Please.
Yeah, I have to agree with that.
But every other course in the world, it's the back 9.
Right.
Stop saying it.
Back 9, back 9, back 9.
Sam Burns double bogeyed number 2. I think if there was a hole that I might be able to par at Augusta, it would be number 2. That was problematic. Shane Lowry decided I'm sorry, you call it the penultimate pairing.
I don't.
That he would shoot an 80. He actually hit a ball out of a bunker that went backwards over his head on number 5. And then Cameron Young looked like he was in control, had a 2-stroke lead, and then his putter went cold, and he also shot over par. So you had 8 players in the final four groups, and of those trying to chase down Rory McIlroy, everyone either folded up shop or shot 80. 80.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. 80.
McIlroy made $4.5 million for that win.
Nice.
That Friday round he had was unbelievable.
How do you do with the wedge?
The wedge and the putter, both just red hot. And
What's Doug's problem today? It's from MD 2020.
Huh. Same as every day.
MD 2020. Hey, Tim, what does Jackson have growing on his face? Is that a beard? That's from Harrison's brother Master, and he is activated now.
You want Flacco? You want some? Huh?
Oh, yeah. Hey,
I think it's coming in quite well. I really do.
Thanks,
you
man.
can't say you can't grow a beard. Look at that thing.
Yeah, gotta keep it rolling.
Are you trimming it at all?
Trying to.
I noticed that appears to be that there's like a 5 o'clock shadow of hair in what used to be the barren land between your sideburns and your beard.
Yeah.
You're just going to let it go and connect now. I think that's a good move.
Yeah, but I don't want it to be like, I don't want to have long sideburns. It just looks terrible to me. So I need to get my guards. I got to find the guards. I'll find them.
It doesn't look like a too long sideburn.
No, I know.
Fine.
Because I've been taking care of it. I've been protecting the integrity of my sideburns like Chairman Fred Ridley protects the integrity of the second
don't know
nine.
that it's the same.
Boy, Tim missed the pre-show conversation about beards and shaving, and then Doug said, well, I wonder what they did years ago. And then Chairman Kurt looked it up, and Tim, they used seashells to shave before they invented.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Wow.
And then we had a big discussion about when the scissors were invented.
Mm-hmm.
Then Jackson talked about scissoring. Okay, we could try to get back.
I got to explain that to my kids.
Try to get back on track. No, he didn't. I'm sorry. That was a caller.
Doug took a guess on when shaving was invented. He was off by just, I think, about 3,000 years.
Yeah.
Ed Hallman asking the last time I shaved was a year ago. No, man, it was like I shaved right before I got here.
Tim, this was the pre-show discussion about shaving with a seashell.
I just wondered when the razor would have been around so people could get a close shave, without an axe blade or something like that, scissor blade cutting their face.
It's a very good question.
Yeah, I thought it was.
And the scissors were invented 1500 BC.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, for a limited time only, my monogramming business is making Navy cap on the road inspired thongs and boy panties. Act fast, as I have no clue how long this business can stay afloat. Doug, that's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom, and it sounds like she is trying to keep the monogramming business up and running.
You don't want a needlepoint thong.
Color me intrigued.
You don't. Hey, you'd chafe like no one's business.
Yeah, it'd itch, I would think.
Right.
If you want to know about scissoring, call my ex-wife and her new girlfriend. Sounds in the 314. Sounds like, hey, I cucked by a woman.
Wow. That's good.
Frank has entered the chat.
So it sounds like the conversation off the air is as useless as the conversation on the air. That's from Chairman Steve.
Pretty much. And I was wondering, if you didn't live in town, going back 300 or 400 years ago, most people were farmers, I think. How in the world did you shave? I mean, you couldn't go to Home Depot or Schnucks to go down and get a razor blade or even scissors, which would have invented 1500, what did you say, BC in Mesopotamia?
1500 BC, right after the junk drawer was invented.
Yeah, did everybody?
It's embarrassing, though, like when the hot girl's like massaging your scalp and like you have all the dandruff everywhere.
Okay, what's the context? How is that a topic? How did that even come up?
Sweet Kai's texting in, Jackson.
Oh, what up?
Me and Sugar Mama looking for new pairs of matching panties. Hit me up. Stay at home, Ladue Mom. Some sweet, sweet Kai. He's going to have matching panties.
All right.
He stopped what he was doing at work so he could take the
So there's some demand for these panties.
He's got a nice silent blowing machine out there at the golf course.
You know, technology and stuff.
Yeah, that's hard.
Steven Time is not happy with the program. Hey, Tim, did Hubbard cut down on how many drops Jackson is allowed to play? Or did he lose all his motivation to try and play more than the same 5 drops over and over? That's from Steven.
Get screwed.
I feel like this has been a drop-heavy segment.
Yeah, I would agree.
Whatever. They don't want the truth. They don't actually want me to play drops. They want to complain about drops.
So they'd rather
People don't
you
actually
didn't.
want things to happen like that are good. They want to complain about stuff.
This was like a Papers Blitzkrieg, I feel like, the last 5 minutes.
You know who does want the truth? The IRS.
And who would you call if you...
Mark Milton.
Yes,
The truth
yes.
seeker. Deceive the IRS. We're getting right there tax day. Just 2 days away. What Mark Milton really specializes in is helping you out of problems you might have with the IRS. Maybe you didn't file returns for a year or two. You got tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments, that kind of thing. Or worse, you could be facing IRS criminal investigation with the godforsaken tax man, in which case you've got real issues. But Mark Milton can help you through that. He is at stltaxlawyer.com. Started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, where he represented the IRS in tax cases around the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. And now Mark Milton helps individuals and small businesses right here in St. Louis solve their tax problems. You have any kind of IRS issue at all that's bugging you or getting you in trouble, or you way, way underwater with the IRS, you got to contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today, and you always say, no, I am not guilty. I am with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
There it is. Email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today. That is coming your way here at 9:45 on the Polos Plus dossier. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
Oh, my.
It's the morning after 101 ESPN. Mark Hanna, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour. Stiefel, the sponsor of the studios on TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Doug, you love a good Gallup poll, and I've got one for you.
Okay.
It's the NHL agent poll, just released this morning on The Athletic. And they've got a wide variety of questions, and we'll find out how many Blues wind up on the list. What is the best run franchise in the National Hockey League? They talked to 27 agents for this question. What do you think won?
The best run franchise. Boy, I hesitate to say Colorado because that's got a Kroenke influence.
They are in others receiving votes. They received 3 of 27 votes.
All right. How about Florida?
No. Also in others receiving votes.
Okay.
Tampa Bay, Martin.
I feel like,
big win. Nearly half the voters.
I feel like players love playing for Tampa Bay.
No.
And not John Coop.
Tampa Bay finishing 1, Minnesota finishing 2, Dallas, Florida, and Colorado tied at 3, the Kings at 2, and the Canadiens at 1.
Where's the Blues?
Didn't get a vote. What is the worst run franchise in the NHL?
How about Toronto?
They got a vote.
Yeah. How about Vancouver?
Yes. Nicely done. The last place, Vancouver Canucks were a frequent target here after an absolutely awful season, with agents criticizing the franchise's lack of direction. In particular, on the Canucks, one agent said simply, "They're a mess. I don't know what their plan is," groused another.
Groused.
I like that. They really don't have the infrastructure that the players need to remove excuses. It just seems there's a lot of soap opera stuff going on around there. I just think management needs to do a better job of keeping things in-house.
Major surgery was needed to fix the Canucks.
Oh,
see?
It's a problem. People still don't know their names.
Yeah. What is the easiest front office to deal with in the NHL?
Oh, gosh, how would we know?
You do show prep, man.
The easiest front office. How about St. Louis Blues?
No, they got a vote, though.
Oh. Can I have initials, please?
MW.
MW. The Muskegon Wildcats?
Nope. They don't like their front office.
MW. The Minnesota Wild?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Tonight's opponent racking up some wins here.
Easiest to deal with.
Who's the hardest front office to deal with?
Oh, gosh. How about Toronto?
1 vote.
How about Montreal?
No votes.
I'm just guessing. Initials.
The Ducks, man.
The Ducks, man. Okay.
For the second year in a row, the Ducks were a popular choice, with agents pointing to their no-nonsense, tough negotiating tactics. On the Ducks, and GM Pat Verbeek, and Doug, he was a little ball of hate.
He was.
Anaheim drives the hardest bargains, but they need to be careful because they can also affect the relationship long-term with the players, and hopefully they realize that.
Well, they're having a good year this year.
Coach Q back at the helm.
That's right.
Give me your fucking feet.
Oh.
Hopefully this list, though, Doug, will set them straight. You think they'll change their practices based on the list?
No, I don't.
How much will Celebrini and Bedard get on their next deals? The speculation was, how about this one from an agent? Why shouldn't Celebrini make like $20 million a year?
Well, a little early for that.
I mean, it's a lot, but look at him. I guess my point with Celebrini is I know it's not apples to apples because Kaprizov could have become a UFA, but if you're him, why wouldn't I say Kaprizov's getting this? Why shouldn't I make more than him?
Said an agent.
Exactly right.
Sharks would probably argue it's a little early.
Celebrini's got 42 goals, 68 assists. Wow. Because he's a good player.
Who will be the highest paid player by 2028, 2029? McDavid getting the lion's shares of votes. Celebrini's second, but Brady Tkachuk is mentioned.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Doesn't mention if he'll be here.
Boomer Kingsley.
Boomer Kingsley.
Celebrini's only 19.
Hey, 19, Steely Dan. You like that?
Oh, yeah, it was okay.
She don't remember the Queen of Soul?
Yeah. What do you think?
Boy, he does have a career ahead of him. Holy smokes. Is he going to be good?
And Papers, is his dad the trainer for the Warriors or something like that? Remember?
Who?
Steely Dan?
I'm
Macklin
sorry. Oh, I'm
Celebrini.
so sorry.
Steely Dan.
It's my fault.
Macklin Celebrini?
Yeah, you've heard
He's
of
a
him?
great hockey player.
You haven't heard of him.
Who's Macklin Celebrini?
He's a hockey player.
For whom?
While Martin said that, I looked it up, so it's unfair. But I would not have guessed the San Jose Sharks. So you can rack that one up on the L column.
All right.
3-1-4.
His dad is the what?
I thought his dad worked for the Golden State Warriors. That's why I was bringing you into the conversation.
I'm not privy.
Not sure that I could prove that.
Jesus, Papers! That's some Scorsy in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Can't believe it.
Wah, you don't know hockey. Nice. First time listening. Rick Celebrini was a soccer player for the Vancouver 86ers and the physiotherapist for the Whitecaps FC, Vancouver's soccer team. And he is now the Golden State Warriors physio. Director of Sports Medicine and Performance.
That's why I was trying to rope you in to the hocky guy
you learned something
because
new.
of the dad and the NBA.
How about this? Celebrini lives with former San Jose Sharks captain Joe Thornton.
There you go. But his dad works for the Warriors.
Right.
Your vehicle, NBA.
Correct.
Be fun to be 19 years old and one of the best players in your sport already, wouldn't it?
Be pretty sweet.
I'm so ashamed. That's from Jackson's Hockey Council. Mouthpiece is cute when he's honest. That's from Jugs in D.C. He calls you Mouthpiece?
I don't know why.
What's that about, Doug?
I don't know.
I once during a flag football camp, which is a tough thing to say. Yeah, when I was a kid, it said specifically to
Day
bring,
one,
bring
pull
a
the
mouth.
flag.
It
Day
said,
two,
it said-
remember to pull the
It
flag.
said to bring a mouth guard, so it was required. So of course I brought a mouth guard, and none of the other kids did, and they all made fun of me and called me mouth guard.
So maybe this guy was on at that same
Maybe
camp.
that's a deep cut.
Did you wear it, or did you discard it?
Well, yeah,
as
I
soon
wasn't
as you
going to bring
realized?
it. No, you have it.
No.
Yeah.
Hey, Papers, isn't it your job to watch sports? That's from Dirty Dan the Garbage Man.
For sure. And so I watched all 3 Cardinal games over the weekend, watched the Masters, and then let the fellows over here handle the ice hockey.
But you slept on the Sharks games.
Yeah, I'll let you guys take care of that.
Okay.
I cover the NBA.
All right.
I read that the Masters app has a team of like 32 people from IBM that work on it year-round.
It's glorious. It's so true.
Every shot.
Work on it year-round.
Never recorded.
Can you imagine that? Like today, got to get back up and running again. I got the Masters in a year. 32 people full-time just in the app.
Who would make fun of Jackson? It's so hard to do. That's from Tim's Toothless Bottom Boy.
I'm going to disagree. I think everyone, if you're cool with it, it's fun to, in a joking manner, mess with people.
You're an open book, and you take a lot of shrapnel.
Gentle ribbing?
Yeah, I love a gentle ribbing. Now, don't forget that this cat has claws.
Oh!
And I might come back over the top. But again, it's all in good fun.
Keep your chin up, Papers. At least you don't have to hold 4 chins up like these fats. That's from Pout Slit Eye.
There we go. It's a nice looking on the bright side thing.
Mm-hmm. We'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. That comes up at 9:45 on our Polos Plus dossier. Doug, what do you know about Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling?
I know that they'll come right out to your house if you have any problems. They got a large staff of handsome repairmen to be right out there. They move quickly at Design Air. They've learned to do that since being in business since 1904. They know that when St. Louisans have a problem with the furnace or the air conditioner, you need help and you need it toot sweet, and Design Air will get right out there and get you taken care of. They believe in honest work. You're not going to be sold something that you don't need. Whether you're dealing with the St. Louis cold or the summer heat, they've got your back with dependable service and no pressure solutions. Not just another HVAC company, also the longest running sponsor on TMA, and we appreciate that very much from Seth Goldcamp. He is a 4th generation family member running that company. Visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air is comfort you can count on since 1904, and as I mentioned, a large stable of handsome repairmen. You don't know who you're going to get. Perhaps you'll get the heavily muscled and highly regarded Brian. Design Air brings the heat.
There you go. And they're not happy in New York. I don't know how it's going on Francesa's program, but the Yankees are kind of flopping around a bit here. Doug blew it this weekend against Tampa.
Yeah.
And then Jazz Chisholm, while putting in his earring, answered a question, and it really did not go over well with fans of the Yankees.
Even if you don't bobble that, do you feel like you have a shot at a double play there?
Yeah, I was really going to go try to tag the runner and just throw it to first.
I don't know what the rule is if I went to first base first and threw it back to second if it's still an out. Is it still a double play? I don't know.
Oh my!
Does it count as not an RBI?
No, they'll score.
They'll still score?
They'll get there before the tying third and second.
Well, where was what I was trying to do in my mind probably wouldn't have worked anyway.
They are not happy
How is it
In New York
possible?
after hearing that.
How could you not know that?
That's like Piddles talking hockey, and this is a Major League Baseball player.
Who's been a Major League player for a
And a good
while.
one, All-Star.
Huh. And you got to figure he played his whole life, too.
You know,
Never
he just
figured
picked
that
it
out?
up, and the Yankees said that.
Was he saying he didn't know if it was still a force out at second
That's
base?
what it sounded like. And then that run scoring at home was an issue because he wasn't sure.
Huh. Well, he knows now, I guess. Sometimes guys make it there to the top, not because they are the wisest and full of wisdom for the sport, but because they just have such great physical ability that they can play better than everybody else. You could be a really smart baseball guy and still can't hit a 98-mile-an-hour fastball. Doesn't do you any good.
Hopefully, papers later this week, we will get the Francesa breakdown of Jazz Chisholm not knowing. And then maybe it'll relate back to the horse race and who's sitting next to Francesa.
Yeah. Will Steinbrenner. And in Queens, they're bringing up Tommy Pham. Things are going
Yeah,
south.
they have a little problem with offense with the Mets, and so, Doug, the solution is Tommy Pham.
Could you, I would never expect you to do it in proper order, but how many of the teams he has played for since being on the Cardinals?
He's been on almost every team in the league.
Well, that's okay. That's the easiest answer.
The record was like Todd Zeile was right up there. There was a pitcher too.
Mike Morgan.
Mike Morgan, yeah.
Yep.
Like 15
Former Cardinal.
teams or so.
Tampa Bay Rays, because that was the trade. Ryan Huffman always called it the bad trade, the bad Rays. Fam trade. So we got Tampa Bay Rays, San Diego Padres, Cincinnati Reds, Boston Red Sox, Mets, Diamondbacks, White Sox, back to the Cardinals, won't count it, Royals, Pirates, Mets.
Back to the Mets.
I've got
10 different teams.
Nice.
10.
He's got a ways to go then to catch more.
Cards twice, Mets twice. Don't count those. Still 10 teams.
Yeah, 4 years of the Cardinals by far his longest span with one team.
You've got to be delighted if you're a Mets fan. You have a $375 million payroll. You cannot score. You're getting shut down by the A's, and so you go, well, time to bring up Pham.
It's the ultimate
Been sitting on
ace in
him.
the hole. It's been the ace of the hole for half the league now for better part of a decade.
Both the Mets and Yankees have lost 5 in a row. I don't imagine they're coping with that very well in New York.
It's like
Well,
when
Jazz Chisholm's post-game reaction helped.
It's like when Andy Dalton seemed to be backing up every quarterback in the league simultaneously. It's like a quarterback got hurt and somehow Andy Dalton was there. That's what Tommy Pham is. You need offense, call up T-Pham.
We got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up next here on the Polos Plus dossier. The program is called The Morning After on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Online at GetBC.com or by calling 314-222-2222. That's 314-222-2222. Brown and Crouppen's local, founded here in St. Louis in 1979. To the insurance company, here's the claim number. To your team at Brown and Crouppen, you're a person with a name that Brown and Crouppen cares about and is willing to fight for. Don't you want a local law firm, one that knows how to handle the big national insurance companies and the local courts? Brown and Crouppen's a part of the St. Louis community. They value it. If you think you may need Brown and Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222 or go to getbc.com and make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. We'll take a commercial break and come back with the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today here on 101 ESPN.
Caw-caw. You hear that, Battlehawks fans? That's the sound of Battlehawks football as it's back at the Dome for the 2026 season, and Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken wants you to be a part of it. That's why their new Battlehawks box will get you count them, four of their famous hand-breaded chicken strips and an order of potato wedges, which is an elite cut of potato. I take it on sometimes over certain fries. I love a potato wedge. And on top of all that, you get a code valid for buy one, get one free Battlehawks tickets. With this deal, you can get game day ready with a Battlehawks box for just $9.99 at any St. Louis area Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken location. Again, 4 famous hand-bread chicken strips and an order of potato wedges, plus a code valid for buy one, get one free Battlehawks tickets. You can get the Battlehawks box in-store or by ordering online on Lee's new mobile app, where you can also earn points for free food and discount. That's Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken, partnering up with the Battlehawks. Hey, this is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. The Clippers defeat the Warriors last night, 115-110. Benedict Mathurin was 20 points, 9 rebounds, and 8 assists. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Oh, yes! Jugs in D.C. says they're playing this in the halls of Congress?
Oh, I don't know that they are.
He is in the District of Columbia.
I did not sign off on that.
Well, it was playing in Ballpark Village on Friday night. And did Savvy play this at Coachella last night? Was she at Coachella last night?
I don't know.
Was that Bieber last night and she was Saturday?
I think
She was Saturday. I think she was Friday.
She was Friday.
Doug, she was Friday.
Friday, I understand, yeah. Okay.
Doug, we should send you out to Coachella next year.
Sure.
Do they do 2 weekends, Jackson?
I think so.
You go to Burning Man, right?
Yeah, I'm a Burning Man guy. I like to
You
really
get stuck out
I
there?
like to get weird.
Where is that? I think I drove past
desert,
it once on a
Yeah,
highway.
Joshua Tree area.
I don't know.
You just happen to be shooting through and you...
No, I guess it was some other big music festival on the way to, I guess I was going to Atlanta, maybe? Some huge music
you were taking
festival
the
down
St.
there.
Louis Lambert Airport route to get to Atlanta if you ran past
You
it.
were going through Southern California to get to Atlanta.
No, I clearly it was not Coachella. It was some other big music festival.
Bonnaroo must have been if you're going
That's in
through to the
Tennessee.
southeast.
I think that's what it was.
Yeah, Tennessee, right? North Carolina?
Tennessee,
It had
Tennessee.
Traffic way backed
Tennessee.
up.
In Burning Man, people sometimes die.
Burning Man's in Nevada's Black Rock Desert.
Wow, Iggy is not a fan of the work. Remember the lady owner in Major League when she said, I hate this effing song. That's from Ken Iggy Strode, who is not on board with Navy Caps on the Road.
Oh, why not?
I can't think of anything Doug might hate more than a weekend at a music festival.
Yeah, where you have to sleep.
Depends on the music.
You have to sleep in a
What
tent.
if it was like a Mills Brothers music festival?
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
I just don't like the
Packed out.
head banging heavy metal.
Sure.
That's what I really don't care
I saw
for.
they were doing chicken nuggets and caviar at Coachella for like $120.
Can you bring your own?
You have to wait like 45 minutes in the line to shower.
Oh, God. Well, you got to stay overnight there at this place?
Oh, yeah. You like camp out.
Oh, that would be horrible.
Doug, start your own, the Millsaroo Festival, and it just covers with the Mills Brothers. The whole everybody wears a cardigan.
Well, you guys wouldn't want to go there either, would you? You're not going to go out and sleep
I would not
overnight.
enjoy the Coachella thing.
No.
I mean, I'll be 50 in 5 months. I don't know if I should be there.
I'd give her a run.
People have like tents.
Oh, yeah. Ugh. Oh, yeah.
I bet there's a lot of Sapphos, though. Maybe I could just get like a...
For sure.
Binoculars.
Yeah, the music festival scene has never been a thing for me that I've been into.
No, me neither.
Always feels kind of filthy.
Metal kicks ass! It's from the 314.
I don't care for it. To me, it's just noise, just loud noise.
Iggy hates it. Now you know it's a certified hit. Go away, cretin. That's from Sharon Clayton.
Oh.
Go away, cretin. That could be the title of the segment, Chairman.
I already have needle point thongs penciled in.
Yeah. Doug, hot caviar is wonderful. That's from Pele Blanco.
I've never had hot caviar.
You prefer?
Please pass the jelly.
You prefer your caviar cold?
I never have it anywhere.
Yeah, neither one.
Fish eggs. I've tried it, but it doesn't do much for me.
With the Millsaroo Festival, would they sell boiled chicken, Doug?
Oh, I would hope.
Side of broccoli
And maybe
available.
some plain
Get in line.
crackers.
This show's awful. You never talk about sports, you losers.
Is this Lexington Steel?
That's great.
That's from the 443. Stop lying. The text about metal came from the 636. No, it didn't. Trust me, I did do a double take. It's from Jugs in D.C.
Time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling.
Also get it back to sports.
Email of the day. Who is the cutest? We all want to know. Some say it's Doug, who oozes machismo. Some argue for hey, it's Papers, on whose felt sharp angles we've leered? Hoping we can glaze like a donut his sexy new beard? Then there's Martin, who some say is sneaky cute, but isn't a choice to play the skin flute.
Oh.
But the cuteness answer is easy, although he never grew. The one tunnel we'd like to plow, it's Tim's on Tam Avenue. Give me back my son! That's from We Too Low.
We Too Low.
Martin, how do you like being described as sneaky cute?
I'll take it. What was my other one? Wealthy Elite.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the Wealthy
Sneaky,
Elite.
cute, Wealthy Elite. It's been a big day.
Rory, back to back for the glory. A tradition like none other, sort of like me and your mother. Oh, baby, she's quite a story. That was a diss on you, and there ain't much you can do, 'cause I bring the heat, the picnic and meat. Soon I'll be the stepdaddy, do. Maybe we can go swing the clubs and prepare for the Dotem like buds. I'll drive it far, you putt it for par. We'll take that trophy, the skins and the dubs. Where the free drinks will be a-flowin', your mom won't be there to be knowin'. There's more single moms with stories and sobs, and the winds of change are a-blowin' in the direction of Clayton. And don't get me wrong, I ain't hatin'. Sharing is sharing, loving and caring. It's a stepdaddy time, there's no waiting. Doug, that's from Bro Fallon, future stepdad material.
Bro Fallon, future stepdad material.
All of a sudden, we're realizing it's not so easy to write lyrics.
Ain't that the truth?
Wow, and wow.
Can't blame that on AI.
Rory wins back-to-back Masters whippy-dippy-do because Tim shows excellence every single day. Back to back to back to back to infinity. But this email is about ballpark sex. Clark Avenue, second inning. The hated Crimson Hose. The Old Town team were in town. The line for the lavvy was long, and the wash-up line was even longer. He got angry. You made me miss a home run, and I hate missing taters. It makes me mad. And when I get mad, I get angry. When I get angry, I get horny. And when I get horny, I want to... Wow, I can't say this.
Well, why would he write this into us?
Just trying to describe
Kevin
his
Miller.
feelings. You know?
He's trying to connect with you being at the ballpark, Doug, and you having to run to the restroom.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'd had an extra large Arnold Palmer.
One or two, Vaughn.
Yeah, recreation
Left.
was in mood.
That
Need
was
a wipe down,
Philip,
install 3.
with the email, Doug.
What was his name?
Philip.
Okay, Kevin Miller.
I have a statement to make.
Oh.
I went to the Fox Friday night for Harry Potter, a.k.a. Nerdfest. Can people make a little effort to present themselves for the Fox Theater? People in sweatpants, people in ball cap. Are you cheering?
Yeah, I'm already.
Were you at
super
Harry
on
Potter
board.
Nerdfest?
No, but I went to the Fox last year, and I was.
And people wearing sweatpants?
No, I didn't see that, but just I was disappointed. You know, you're going to the theater. Get gussied up one time.
People in sweatpants, people in ball caps, people looking like they just got out of bed. I know this is probably the wrong audience to address this because I've seen some of the slobs that listen to the show at your events. But come on, we live in a society. That's from Steve, and he's in Des Moines.
Steve
Jackson's
in
applauding
Des Moines.
that email.
Great take. I'm not saying you have to do much, but I mean, come on, a little effort.
It's true of just about anywhere, not just the theater. The way people dress today is pretty sad.
But I don't like if you're going to the grocery store, just pick up some French cut green beans. I don't care what you're wearing.
French cut green beans.
But if
You're going to the Fox, brother.
you're going to the Fox, this is a place has a ton of history and it's beautiful. Like, you know, dress the part.
I think anytime you leave your house, even if you're just going to the grocery store, you ought to try to make some effort to look presentable. Some effort.
Yeah,
you don't have to put on.
You can
a suit
look
and
presentable
tie.
in sweatpants, but I just time and place.
Shaving was invented out of necessity to introduce landing strips. Doug, everyone knows that. That is what is meant by necessity is the mother of invention. My point is that the Navy Road Cap song being introduced at Ballpark Village Friday increased Sappho's 11% across the region. You can look up the numbers. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of Doug Sadie Hawkins, getting intentionally ignored because he is getting a little big for his britches.
Shooter McGavin.
Has it really increased Sappho's up 11%?
I wouldn't think it would, no.
Morning, gentlemen. Has there been a more disappointing Masters? Par 3 looking like a Rotary charity golf tournament on a Thursday morning at the Golf Club of Wentzville. A Euro cuck winning the most coveted American golf tournament. Influencers treating the sacred grounds like a house of ill repute. I think it's time we revert back to our patriotic roots and finally tell people no one cares about their Instagram posts or TikToks. Go back to your bartending, your real estate job, and leave the golf tournaments to actual fans. I know I sound like Judge Smails, but I'm just tired of all the malarkey. Cheers and God bless America. Doug, that comes from Mongo.
Mongo.
That's what we have for the designer.
That's it.
Heating and
Okay.
cooling email of the day. We will vote via secret ballot and announce the winner at 10:55. BK and Ferrario at 11 o'clock. We head into our 10 o'clock hour. Martin heads into onboarding. Martin, you will be out tomorrow, but we will see you back from onboarding and a day off on Wednesday.
Let's make it a plan. Book it. Papers, you look like you're nodding off. You all right?
What? No,
I just
I'm good.
stared at Tim, I looked in his eyes, and it looked like he was just drifting away.
Let's get back on the Adderall.
No, I feel great. Who are you tattling? You're tattling.
I looked at you, and I just saw you fading.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
Sheridan Clayton is forming an alliance with Jackson, which means Jackson's going to be in an alliance with Harrison's brother, Mass.
Ooh, I don't like it.
Totally agree, Pedals. We dress up when we go to Radio City every year.
God, just can't help herself.
Think Peeps might be denied entry if they didn't. Not that damn hard to put on nicer clothes versus loungewear, you lazy Fs.
I just think it's fun. Like, if you're only going to get dressed up, once every couple of months, like really get dressed up, if there's a place to do it, it's the Fox Theater.
The 443 did not enjoy the email segment like you thought he might. Martin, he's the one who wrote this show is awful. You never talk about sports, you losers. He just texted in after the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Didn't win him over. What time does BK and Ferrario come on? Because this show suck. You're still talking about garbage. Nobody cares about anything that you're talking about.
Leave us alone.
Did he spell "your" right? I have a feeling he didn't.
That's a good read.
No, he did
You're
not.
still talking about garbage. Nobody cares about anything that you're talking about. I kind of like that.
No punctuation either. That must have been a talk to text.
443 is in Maryland, Baltimore,
All right.
Annapolis
Could quite
area.
possibly be in Baltimore. Yeah.
You guys Floyd Rayford?
Sugar Ray.
Sugar Bear.
Sugar Bear, I'm sorry. We ended up being traded for himself, I
Sugar
think.
Ray was playing at Chris Pronger Stanley Cup.
That's
party.
right.
Could have been Gunnar Henderson.
Yeah.
He's a little sideways because Walker's stealing his glory.
Is Helsley out there?
Yeah.
Oh, he's listening in for Cardinal talk, and now he's miffed.
Yeah.
I went to the Fox last weekend and thought I was at Ronnie's.
That's what I'm saying.
And that's not the
Hoosiers
shot at the
galore and a
Fox,
strong
right.
scent of Lower Afton. That's from the River to Bear Yacht.
And I got to be
It
honest,
must have been the show. What show was it where they were dressed so poorly?
Harry Potter's been having a run there for a couple of weeks now.
Okay.
And honestly, golf shirt and jeans don't cut it.
For the theater.
Yeah. I think dress shirt, not necessarily tie, but dress shirt and slacks, ideal. No shorts, no denim, definitely no ball caps. And, if you got a sport coat, don't be afraid to toss that back.
Don't be afraid.
What about a fedora? Would that be all right?
A tasteful fedora. Yeah, you have to take it off during.
Okay.
Are you theater boy? Do you ever do
No,
theater?
I've
review?
gone
I'm
to
asking, do you
theater
do theater
once in the past 4 or 5 years.
Since Movie Boy's kind of on a hiatus, do you do
1 week. Again, Martin, back to tattling.
What about theater boy? And go around to local high schools.
Yeah.
I go around to local high schools.
Kind of do like a James Lipton.
I can see my mugshot now.
Ooh, DeBerg has Bye Bye Birdie this weekend.
Yes. Can you imagine?
Yeah. Rockwood Summit put on a delightful little rendition of Oklahoma.
Doug, let's go watch that.
I've been to things like those. Are fun to see, though.
Oh,
But Jackson's podcast,
If I podcast about it.
It's a spin-off of Movie Boy. And Martin, you said it's on hiatus.
Yeah, it seems to be in my feed.
I have a family member getting ready to perform in a high school production. I found out yesterday the tickets are like $40.
Oh, I'm out.
Well, you'll have a pass.
Yeah.
I'll be at Duchenne this weekend for a funny thing
Now, why
happened
am I
on the way to
talking
the
like that?
A funny thing happened on the
Why
way
would
to
I
the
adopt
forum.
such a dialect? Just because I'm talking about high school plays.
My review is it wasn't so funny after all. More this weekend at Theater Boy.
Yeah. If someone puts on 12 Angry Men, though, I will come. That's one of my favorites.
Don't tell me how to dress, dork. That's some Hoosier Daddy. Get over yourself, Jackson. That's some little beer cat's cuck stool.
Do what you want. This is just my opinion. And trust me, I've been there. People will dress how you like. I think it's fun to get dressed up.
If you have to be told how to dress, you're probably pretty clueless. Don't you think?
Agreed.
We'll vote on the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Come back with more here on TMA 101 ESPN.
So nice.
Do you remember when Joe Stats would play this at Quinton's?
Doug, that was directed to you.
If you're asking me, no, I don't remember that.
So strong.
But I've had head injuries.
Was he DJing at Clinton's?
Jukebox.
Nice.
Like Tony Soprano in the final scene. Just let it settle in and wash over you, Doug.
All right.
Hey, join TMA for the return of the Dotem Golf Tournament on Friday, May 15th at Oak Valley Golf Course and Resort, presented by Cutwater Canned Cocktails. Get your foursome together to join me, Martin, Doug, and Jackson for a day out on the course, including breakfast from Donut Drive-In, lunch from Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken, an after party with food from Texas Roadhouse, and all your Cutwater Canned Cocktails and Anheuser-Busch beer and seltzers. The 100 West Dental, closest to the pin competition, the Evergreen Wealth Strategies longest drive competition. It's all coming on May 15th at Oak Valley. Registration opens this Friday morning at 8 a.m. with a portion of the proceeds benefiting Birdies for Bipolar. If you want to play in it, make sure you're online at 8 a.m. on Friday to sign up for the Dotem. Find all the information now at 101ESPN.com. Doug, look over there. It's my insurance agent. His name's James Carlton. He's online at carltoninsurance.net.
I saw him sitting over there. How you doing, Jay?
Well, good morning. I'm doing well. Sorry about your bathroom incident. Was that yesterday or Saturday?
It terrible recreational and missed
it wasn't a recreational.
Did we talk about this at some point? Somebody at Game 6 had to miss the home run or the triple due to being in the restroom, right?
Oh,
somebody in that stadium had to miss that, and that's one. Ooh, that would be a tough beat.
Oh, brutal.
Yeah, it'd be an old-timer.
Oh, my.
Hopefully not. Hopefully the concourse was completely empty at that point.
I guess you have
people in their seats.
Pretty pleased with the Cardinals' start. Were they 8-7?
8-7, yeah.
Better than you would have thought. Better than predicted.
If they don't keep things interesting, what are you guys talking about in July?
French fries.
Yeah, it was like if Poly Market had like futures on what TMA is talking about in July, French fries is probably one of the top odds getters.
Fries, I would imagine. Jackson's 7-iron distance.
Yeah.
You have to really fill a lot of time.
Navy caps. Sharon and Harrison's brother Master are trying to get Jackson in their alliance.
Francesa.
Oh, yeah. We haven't heard from him in a bit.
Yeah.
We played the clip last week.
My guess is he's not going to like Jazz Chisholm's post-game comments from Saturday. That's my guess.
No.
James, how are things how did your buddy who got to caddy in the Masters, how did his brother do?
Oh, his brother, I think he did not finish last, so that's good. Did not make the cut.
Yeah.
I think it was
I don't know how many mid-ams get to make the cut.
Yeah.
No amateurs made the cut.
16 over.
That's why Chairman Ridley was in there by himself.
Yeah.
With Rory.
No OM.
I felt bad. Like somebody should be protecting Chairman Ridley.
No, he'll do just fine.
How about Rory's last few weeks, Doug? You know, you live in Jupiter, probably not too bad.
Yeah.
You hop on a PJ to go get some work in at Augusta, be back by dinner.
Well, so that's what he would do. He talked about dropping off his daughter at school, and then he would get on a plane and play at Augusta and then fly back and pick her up from school.
Unbelievable. That is a lifestyle. I could not handle the pressure that these guys have, but outside of that, I think it's the best thing going, is being a professional golfer.
Probably. Does that mean he belongs to the Masters, or they just allow him to come in and play?
If you have a jacket.
You still have to play with a member.
Oh, okay.
So he's got to get a member to play with him.
I'm sure
As
that's
a
not
former
hard.
champion, he's not quite up to snuff to play by himself.
That's correct.
For heaven's sakes.
What's wrong with that? He respects Chairman Ridley's.
Oh, Ridley can kiss my fat ass.
Do you think if you wanted to
guarantee we're not getting in now.
If you wanted to get some work in at Busch, like in the cages, could you get in, you think?
Hell no.
You don't think so?
Hell no.
What if Chairman Ridley put in a call for you?
Maybe.
Not a bad lifestyle, I'll tell you that.
I love this hot bull. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Grove.
He loves this what?
Hot bull.
What am I missing?
You're a hot bull.
Oh, God, okay. Well, thanks for covering alcoholic.
James, so he didn't make the cut. I said no amateur made the cut.
Correct.
That's why Chairman
I'm sure it was
Ridley
quite the experience, though.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
I would love to hear about
his
that
par 3
experience.
grouping was Bubba and Jason Day.
Oh.
Not bad for an amateur, huh?
How about that? I hope Chairman Ridley got to Jason Day before he disgraced the course with some of the outfits that had been prepared for him.
Wide pants.
Yeah, you think he's like in his 60s. I think he's like 37, 38.
That's the style that Malbon Company rocks. And I'm not into it.
You guys were playing Scotty's post-round interview on Saturday.
Yeah, he got hit.
Boy, Chambly was fired up about that on the.
I didn't know that. What was he?
Yeah,
fired
what do
up
they call
about?
that show they do after? Like it's
Live
like
from
after
the Masters.
after the Masters. He goes, this is not the first time that he's acted like that. That's a legitimate journalist. And, I always thought of
Do you know
Scotty.
who the writer was who asked that question?
I don't know. I mean, he had mentioned it during the program. I just don't remember. But I always thought of Scotty as like this aw shucks type of guy. And that's why when he got, arrested in Kentucky, it's like, of all people, it's Scotty. And he's kind of got an edge to him lately.
I thought that he was kind of joking around there.
Maybe.
That's what I thought. But maybe my read is wrong.
And I know he missed, especially that birdie putt, was that 16? But my God, he had some clutch par putts in that middle part of the round yesterday.
Couldn't agree more.
Oh, my goodness.
Early on, those were round-saving putts. I could not agree with you more. He would have been press and eject. Major.
Who are you rooting for?
All
bets aside.
Oh, well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how.
All bets aside, I was rooting for Rosie. I mean, the guy's, been runner-up, 2 or 3 times?
Yes, twice, and lost in playoffs.
And he had maybe the shot of the day yesterday. I know everybody's going crazy about Cam's, second or third shot into the hill that rolled off, but I thought Rose's from the trees that ended up within a few
nearly
feet
jarred it.
Was unbelievable.
Nearly jarred it.
Yeah, that was unbelievable. He had tough camera work on 18 there, though. I had no idea what was going on.
I don't know. I don't know how that happens in that moment. And then for both of the approach shots, I mean, in Young's case, he's ball, but 0.00001% chance. But if he holes that shot and McIlroy bogeys, he's in a playoff.
Yeah.
So it's not like he was just finishing things out.
True.
And they couldn't find his ball. And then the guy who is 2 or 3 shots away from winning the Masters, they couldn't find his ball. I don't know how that happens.
I don't either.
That would be bad if it were in the middle of the round at the Houston Open, But for the final hole of the Masters, how does that happen?
Well, early on, they kept showing, who are they? They were showing Spieth did have a great shot there on the back 9. But Matsuyama, they were showing a lot of. I mean, it's just like, okay, I want to see more of Scotty, who was making that charge. I mean, hell, he was 12 shots back to start the weekend, Doug. Mm-hmm. And he got second place. And, I mean, he very well, there was a legitimate question because I thought he could have shot a 63 somewhat easily. He missed some makeable putts on Saturday, big time. And so Scotty he's unbelievable. He is
really
just, and he didn't drive the ball perfectly by any means. He found himself in the stuff quite a bit as well. But I'd say a 7 or 8 out of 10. You guys were doing that ranking earlier on. I somehow managed to watch all 5 hours of each day's broadcast.
Oh, tip of the cap.
Which was incredible.
Tip of the cap.
And I still managed to hit 17,000 steps yesterday, Doug. So I got up early and I got after it. And I'm like, I'm going to be on the couch for 5 hours. I'm not going to be completely worthless today.
Those are the best days, though, when you get a bunch of stuff done early.
Yeah.
You earned sitting on your ass for 4 hours watching
17,000 steps
That's right.
in one day?
You want me to prove it to you?
Is that
Yeah,
just
it's like when I does my REM sleep.
That's a treadmill?
There's a little bit of that. There's taking the dog a couple times. It was a lovely day. Went to the playground. I mean, I was just moving because I knew I was going to be sedentary for quite a while. And it was, I mean, I enjoyed it. I mean, I wasn't rooting against
it. My
Rory.
issue is that with all, it wasn't like it was a 2-man race, and Young did. I think he struck the ball as well as anybody on the back 9, including Scheffler. But he didn't make putts. He was on 10 through 17 in regulation with legitimate birdie looks, not just like, it's on the green and putting from 60 feet away. All of those were legitimate. He just couldn't putt it when he was putting so well early on. He saved par on 5. That was huge. But then he started to run into some problems with a short miss. I believe it was on 6 that began to get things spiraling a bit for him. And then he wasn't able to convert any birdies on the back. But my issue is with all of the people in the mix for no one to go and get it out of the final groups. And those are some big names. I realize Hao Tong Lee was in there. But other than that, you had a bunch of major winners in there. And Cam Young, who won the Players and has had some great finishes in his career at other events. And I know Sam Burns had been in the final pairing at the U.S. Open with Spawn last year. And everybody, minus Scheffler, fumbled the chance, and so therefore McIlroy won because
by default.
And that it was exciting. Don't get me wrong, the quality of it. Rose had to surge last year in order to catch him, and don't get me wrong, Rory fumbled it in order to allow that to happen. But that was just kind of like God. I think at one point Nance goes, Trevor, it's gotten a little quiet out here.
Yeah.
Because nobody was really doing anything. There were chances, but they weren't converting them.
I was not surprised Rory's tee shot to make things interesting on 18. I mean, that didn't surprise me at all. I had an exchange with you on Saturday after the third round, and I did bet a buddy that Scotty would finish ahead of Cam Young. And here's why. I mean, Cam Young was putting lights out on Saturday, and he had the luckiest bounces on some of these tee shots.
You're right.
I'm like, this is going to run out. And Scotty missed some very makeable putts on Saturday. And sure enough, I think Scotty beat him by one stroke when it was all said and done. But yeah, it was
Young hit a couple of tee shots that hit the trees and then bounced right in the middle of the fairway.
Yeah. I know. I love those. I love those shots. Those are the kind of shots I get sometimes.
You get those? I never get that bounce ever.
Well, if you hit it in the trees often enough, some of them bounce out.
It'd be nice if it happened.
Instead of watching golf for 5 hours, I just watch paint dry. It has the same amount of action.
That's from the 667.
Did he not hear the birds chirping? I mean, it felt like they were in your living room.
Well, it may have been an artificial noise that they've been accused of pumping in the past.
Hey, I get it. Some people, I was locked in, but some people like some things.
Well, James, there is not a topic that we can talk about that is met with approval.
What would be the highest approved topic?
Blues, Battlehawks. Dead serious.
Met with the highest approval would be the Battlehawks? Yeah. Okay.
Whenever we talk youth sports, we get flooded with text.
Here's something I think we can all agree on. Group text etiquette. I'm on a group text. I think there's 30-plus people in this group text.
Holy crap.
Many of which like golf. And we were having a little exchange about the Masters mid-round on Saturday, and somebody popped in there and said, hey, let's not talk about that. I'm at a soccer game. I'm going to watch it later tonight. Well, maybe not check the group text with 30 people in it if you want to go dark. Come on.
Yeah, I share your opinion. What are you talking about on that?
What are we doing here?
I mean, minus the TMA group text, every group text I'm in is on mute.
Yeah,
that's because there's a million texts coming in.
Oh, it's brutal.
I got a problem with that guy. Let him know I got a problem.
Too.
If he wants a banty little rooster, I'm happy to go with him.
Because I've had to go dark, for kids' events. I'm going to watch the Mizzou Hoops game Tuesday night against Georgia. Jackson and I are the few people in St. Louis watching that, and I tape it. So I can go dark, and I just don't hear anything from anybody and mute everybody. That's the move if you really want to watch not knowing what the outcome's going to be.
Sure.
I deserve free insurance for life for hearing this rich guy talk about golf.
That's from the 618.
Who's the rich guy here? I can assure you it's not me.
No.
But
that's the 618. He hates golf talk.
Yeah. What's his? Is he
loves
Battlehawks? Okay. Well, I'll come
James,
back next week.
You're a hell of a golfer yourself.
I am not.
What do you think you'd shoot at the Masters at that course?
160? I mean, if I got on the green after shot 9, it would be 4 putts every time.
Yeah.
I mean, just awful. But we can't talk about golf, Doug. I mean,
honestly, I don't think I would shoot 125 playing the tournament tees. I don't think I'd break 125, and I don't even think that's I truly don't believe I would.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're 2-putting, 18 greens, 36 putts, I mean, God. I mean, that's 36 right there. I mean, I'm 3-putting, I would think, more than half, and I'm probably 4-putting some. I mean, Hao Tong Lee is playing with Scotty Scheffler, and the man putted the ball off the green into the water.
There's such a good graphic of him when he's in the azaleas in the trees, and it just says Hao Tong Lee up on the side, but you can't see him. He's just disappeared into the forest.
Scheffler was losing his mind. Scotty Scheffler has walked to the green to check it out twice while Hao Tong Lee is looking for his ball.
Him and Ted Scott were lining up their putt while Hao Tong Lee was just hitting the ball, and the ball was rolling past them. Ted Scott and Scheffler didn't care.
How many putts did Rory have on Friday? He might have only had low 20s.
Yeah, seriously.
It was insane.
If the people really want Battlehawks talk, I'm done. I'm moving. I can't do this anymore.
Really?
This town has lost its soul. That's from the Hunchback of On Castle, and he has just put a for sale sign out in the front yard, Doug. He's gone.
Where's he going?
I don't know. I mean, I guess all the markets with UFL teams are out.
Yeah.
Sorry, I saw the Hunchback of Von Castle's brother-in-law at the airport last week.
No fool. How'd you know it was him?
He recognized me from the program.
You saw my brother at the airport a month ago?
Airports. That's where I hang out at a lot. Yep. So
tell these power Hoosier mouth breathers to chug bleach. Generic golf talk is one thing, but this is the damn Masters.
Yes. That's some beer cats.
Okay.
Beer
Mouth
cats, Doug.
breathers.
Yeah. James, always wonderful to see you.
Likewise. I'll
Talking
be
over.
better
Welcome
next
back.
week. Sorry, listeners.
No,
Okay.
no. You're fine. The 6-1 hate any golf conversation.
Okay.
It really gets him. Martin got called a wealthy elite this morning for talking about the Masters. That's James Carlton. He's my insurance agent online at carltoninsurance.net or by calling 314-961-4800. If your insurance costs like an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm. The program's called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Doug, it's Monday. You might be a little sluggish. I don't know.
Maybe a little bit,
Do you want to know my REM sleep numbers?
Okay.
84 minutes. Should be more. I average about 100, 105 REM sleep minutes a night.
Well, what are you doing the other time that you're asleep?
Talking about myself.
Okay.
Teasing while
you're sleeping.
Teasing while in a light slumber.
Tired of always waking up exhausted? Dad bod starting to weigh on you? Finding it harder to get excited about basically anything? If your energy, focus, and drive aren't what they used to be, it might not be that you're just getting older. Good chance your hormones and metabolism are out of balance. So, this new year, let's get back to the old you. You remember that guy, sharp at work, full energy and fun? The one people enjoyed being around? That's where Mentality comes in. They're not a macho, low-T bro clinic. They're human-centered, and their mission is to figure out what's really going on in your body and in your brain. Mentality starts by listening. They'll run real labs and explain your results in plain English, and then build a personalized science-backed plan using hormone therapy and FDA-approved peptide treatments to help get your brain and body back on track. So, stop telling yourself and everyone around you that you're fine. Right now, all new patient labs will be covered in your treatment plan. That's a savings of $250 right out of the gate. Reclaim the old you, the younger you, with Mentality. Schedule your appointment now at lowtusa.com. That's lowtusa.com, LOWTUSA.com. Cardinals in action tonight against the Guardians, losing 2 of 3 to the Red Sox, but Jordan Walker is the talk of the team, the talk of the town, now with 7 home runs, which is one more than he hit all of last year. And he becomes just the 4th Cardinal ever to have 7 home runs through 15 games, joining Mark McGwire, Albert Pujols, and Scott Rowland. Here is Ali Marmol on Jordan Walker's start to the 2026 season.
Yeah, I think he's in a really good spot when it comes to being able to separate those two. There's a lot of work being put in, a lot of thought and intentionality into the cage work and stuff on the field, but then when the game starts, just being able to compete and just be free in what he's doing out there is the key to this. So I think the work has been really good, and that's why I keep mentioning that. But then, man, you get in the box, it's you against the pitcher, and just competing is important, and he's done a nice job of that. You can tell he's enjoying the game again, which is, gosh, you like seeing that because you have a really talented player who's gone through quite a bit. You get here and the expectations are really high from just about everybody in the industry. And then you have the couple years that he's had, that holds a lot of weight, man. So to be able to see him enjoying himself, having fun, and showing what he's capable of doing is really good to see.
You know what's crazy when you look at his spray chart? None of the home runs are like dead pulls.
That's right. Everything is to center or right center.
Yeah. Like there's a couple,
everything.
There's a couple that are close, like the Detroit one, I guess, but most of them, almost all of them, dead center. It's crazy.
He's waiting at home runs like that. Do you remember? St. Louis Cardinal outfielder, go.
Who hit home runs like that?
I mean, don't get me wrong, there were pulls, but had a lot of opposite field home runs.
Oh, Edmonds.
That's exactly right.
Edmonds had unbelievable power to left field as a left-handed hitter.
Yeah.
As good as anyone I think I've ever seen.
The most famous home run he hit was a pull, but a lot of left center home runs for the left-handed hitting Edmonds, and now a lot of right center home runs for Jordan Walker. I mean, what a pleasant surprise. I don't know if you would have said at the beginning of the season, if there was one thing you would ask for that would give you reason for hope for, the next, 3 years. I don't even know if I would even have thought about this being a possibility. You know what I mean?
Right.
This just wasn't even on the radar. And I don't really think it was on the Cardinal radar either. But I know that they're not necessarily going to be saying that, but I'm not sure that that was the case. So, I mean, it's unbelievable. What's that baseball savant you love papers?
Mm-hmm.
What's it saying?
I'm on it right now.
What is it saying?
Well, he remains in the top 1 percentile in basically every power category. So barrel rate, hard hit percentage, bat speed. Surprising, his sprint speed, he's in the top 90 percentile in terms of sprint speed. Expected batting average, he's in the 99th percentile. Expected slugging in the top 1%. Average exit velo, top 1%. Batting run value, he's tops in baseball. He's been the best hitter in baseball up to this point. And if this would have happened following the spring he had in 2023, you'd be like, okay, we're watching the meteoric rise of a superstar.
Yeah.
But given his 23, 24, 25, the fact that it's like delayed to this point is like, it's understandable given his potential, but it's just weird the timeline of it all, the chronology of it.
Calm down a little bit. He could go for his next 40. That's from Dino Bravo.
And I'm sure you would love that because then it
Dino
would be,
Bravo would love it?
Because then you can get back to being sad and in despair.
Wow,
you know?
Dino Bravo is sad and in despair, Doug.
Yeah.
What's a number that would put
Lame.
you guys to the test on over/under by the end of the season for home runs?
God, I don't have a gauge on it at all.
The first number that popped into my
maybe?
head was like 29.5. I mean, obviously it seems low with the pace, but you know it's going to slow down at some point.
I feel like even this past Monday, so 7 days ago, and what were they coming off the Tigers series?
Yeah.
And he had the grand slam, he had the 2 throws, and I was still like, I'm happy, but I just don't think it's going to happen. And then what happened? The next week, it's even better.
Yeah, hotter week than the week prior. And the thing
So
is,
I don't know what to make of this.
it's not like it's been warm anywhere they've been playing. A lot of these have been cold weather games where the ball's not flying all that much.
We brought up Arenado a little while ago. It's kind of the opposite of Arenado.
Yeah.
It was superstar. It got nothing. Walker was, not so good, not so good. Superstar.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, 38.5 would be a number where I'd be like, okay, maybe if things are slowed down, the 37. But, I mean, right now, 40 home runs is very much in play.
So you're saying trade him now while his value is at the highest?
Absolutely not. I would not move Jordan Walker. I said this 2 years ago, last year.
You did. I do remember you saying that. I have to give you credit.
Never,
Because
ever
I think
give up
I
on this
said in
guy.
Predictionary that I thought he'd be traded this offseason.
Yeah, maybe I can look back on that. But it's
I think I don't want to put words in anybody else's mouth, but I was pretty sure I was off on that one. I think, Doug, you said he'd be here, but Jackson, you said you wouldn't trade
Not
him.
for
You were adamant about that.
Lots of angry people today, probably upset they can't play slots at their local gas stations anymore. That's from MD 2020. What happened to the slots at the local gas stations?
I don't know. I don't do that
That's kind of my revenue stream. Yeah.
Really? That's where you make a lot of your money?
That's right.
I see him in a few places, but I really don't see many people playing
now,
them.
via Fox 2, this is from 5 days ago, illegal gas station gaming machines now halted in Missouri.
Well, what am I going to do today?
You were planning on clocking in for about 3 hours on the slot machine.
You have to take another job somewhere.
Probably to have 2 to 3 of the extra long Slim Jims, to keep up sustenance.
It's possible that Jason Gottro is hiring.
Yeah,
and you
Schaefer
can
Door.
get Schaefer Door and make up the money that you're not going to make at the slots by replacing garage doors. They're always looking for good people, good technicians at Schaefer Door. They got a lot now that'll take care of you. They service all kinds of garage doors, and they do new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and they are versatile. And Schaefer Door has that special Monday morning standby service for doors that break over the weekend. They were probably busy today. They service commercial doors as well. If you run a business or warehouse with big, giant, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in those types of jobs as well. Best yet, the service techs, not commission-based, are not going to try to sell you the whole door if you just need a part. That's what I needed, just a strut. I thought, I'm going to need a whole nother door. Although I wasn't laughing, but I was kind of chuckling when they said, nope, you just need a strut. And now my garage door works great. Thank you, Jason Gottro, and your fabulous team at Schaefer Door. Their website is schaeferdoor.com. That's SCHAEFER, only one F, schaeferdoor.com. Or you can call them, text 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
Well, I'll tell you what, we got a real situation going on here because when we started on 101 ESPN, was that 19 months ago, Doug? Sharon and Clayton was a huge fan of yours and hated Jackson Burkett. And now she is forming an alliance with Jackson, and she is wondering what's going on with you, Doug. So Walker's a superstar after a few good games, yet McGee,
probably Willie McGee.
MVGEE, isn't even though he won Rookie of the Year and a batting title. Doug, you make no sense. That's Sharon and Clayton.
Well, I was not saying he's really a superstar yet. He certainly played that way in the first couple of weeks of the season. Now, you have to do it over the long haul to be considered a true superstar. But you've gotten superstar performance so far in the first couple of weeks of the season.
I'm going to say it, and I'm going to tell you the truth. That's why you hit the play button. He's an embarrassment.
Never, ever, 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 ever,
ever besmirch Willie McGee, Sharon and Clayton.
Did I just do that?
Kind
I
of
don't think his
sounded
name
like it.
ever came up. We haven't mentioned his name the whole day, have we?
Retire 51.
You're getting owned right now.
Leave us alone.
You think Walker goes into the Hall of Fame in a Cardinal hat?
Oh, probably.
Maybe one.
Probably so. Probably so. Because I think one thing we've stated here today is that this is the best player in the game, and he's going to have a 20-year career and probably break all of Barry Bonds' home run record.
Yeah.
How pissed, though, do you think Alan Craig is? What about Alan Craig's thoughts?
Yeah. Alan Craig never had this meteoric rise.
You know the last Cardinal 40 home run hitter, Doug? I mean, you probably know who it is, but do you know when it was?
Pujols?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I'm going to fire a bullet at 09,
Five.
Sherman. Maybe 10. God, 09? 09.
I'll say 05.
2010.
2010.
Ah, right when I said it, I felt like I needed that putt back. Damn it.
From like 03 to 06, he had 45 plus every year.
And then, like, never won the MVP because Bonds would always get it. He's the same age as Weatherholt. Just be happy, people. That or take your joy in the form of the Hoosier cat hop of minor league football, or be pretentious about a soccer team that does the equivalent of kissing your sister every weekend. That's from Carlos Spicy Weed.
Okay.
Boy, I was embarrassed on Saturday when I was rooting for the wrong team.
That can happen, though.
I was
That's what
like,
happens to Doug during the Missouri football season.
I can't tell who's who based on uniforms.
It's 10:42 in St. Louis. Time check is brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. Doug, you know anything about our phone line sponsor, Collier and Thompson?
I do, and a lot of people do because they've been around so long. They've been around since the 1950s, remodeling homes all over St. Louis. If you want it done right, if you want to go to the absolute best people in town, this is where you go. Not going to be the cheapest. You don't go to Collier and Thompson if you're taking the cheap way out. Not the most expensive, but right there in the sweet spot where you know you are getting real quality from people that know how to get it done. And the number one thing with any kind of contractors is trust. You have to be able to trust that the work's going to be done right, that the communication is clear, and you can trust them throughout the process. That's what you get with C&T. It's hard. Trust is a hard thing in the remodeling industry. Homeowners have many frustrations, such as communication and timelines. Sometimes just having the workers show up is a big deal. You can avoid all those frustrations when you work with Collier and Thompson, no matter what you're doing, whether you're redoing the kitchen, a bathroom, a basement, a wine room, man caves. You want to do LED lighting. They got their own painting division at Collier and Thompson. Phil is the paint manager out there. Matt handles the appliances. Matthew is a customer service manager. They get 4.9 rating on Google, all kinds of 5-star reviews. AAA rating with the Better Business Bureau. Collier and Thompson is just where you go when you want your house remodeled and you want it done right. They have a very deep showroom, more than 10,000 square feet, more than 20 kitchen displays to go out there and get some good ideas. Collier and Thompson on Manchester Road in Manchester, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
There it is. Sponsor of the phone lines. We'll have the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up next here on the program. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Well, you go to VIP Auto Accessories, and they're going to take care of everything. That's Tommy Sabulka and Brian Grigg. I just worked with VIP Auto Accessories just last week. What an easy and pleasant experience. Sorry, ladies, I got my windows tinted now, so you can't peek anymore. And besides, you can barely see me over the steering wheel as it was.
Yeah.
I have a little periscope to help me.
You do? Comes out of the sunroof or something?
That's correct. Yep. I think they had that. They have that in Ghostbusters. There's a periscope.
I don't know.
What's
You
it?
can-
That's what it was.
car
Jeff Garland.
periscope. Yeah.
You can drive safely that way with a periscope up that comes up out of the moon?
My dad got a special deal done for me.
Okay.
Yeah, VIP Auto Accessories. I don't know if they'll put a periscope in your car, but they'll tint your windows. I know that firsthand. In some instances, people bring their vehicles to 4 or 5 different places when everything can be done in-house at VIP Auto Accessories. The Tommy Sabuk and Brian Grigg. VIP Auto Accessories with great installers who really do care and take pride in their work. They have 4 departments under one roof. Commercial upfits, graphic solutions, hail repair and touch-up, and aftermarket. It's VIP Auto Accessories. Get your windows tinted. It's perfect at this time of year because you know window tints are big in the summer and keep your kids cool in the car. For all your commercial vehicle upfit needs, ask for Tommy Sabuka. And for all your aftermarket vehicle accessory needs, ask for Brian Grigg and tell him TMA sent you. It's VIPAutoaccessories.com.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Blues back in action tonight, taking on the Wild. Pregame at 6, puck drop at 7, right here on 101 ESPN. That was their Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Oh. Doug, Mount Rushmore of Bangles songs.
This is the one that I know.
Manic Monday. I'm sure you know Walk Like an Egyptian.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Is that offensive?
Too.
Can you write that song in 2026? Text in 314.
Probably not. Probably not.
Boy, I'll go Hazy Shade of Winter cover, but still delightful for the film Less Than Zero. Robert Downey Jr., big scene, and Eternal Flame. There's my Mount Rushmore.
Okay. I'm sure I've heard the songs, but I don't know the names of them.
Well, that's why we have 20 hours in between shows for show prep.
Right, 20 hours a week of programming.
To remember
20
the name
hours
of the
in between.
Bangles songs.
For the Mount Rushmore that I said we'll be doing at 10:52.
Right.
Yeah.
I was always the guy that listened to music in the radio, but never listened to hear the DJ say who it was and what the name of the song was. So there's thousands of songs that I've heard and like and know, but I couldn't tell you the name of it or who does it.
Did you know that Sabrina Carpenter does Navy Caps on the Road?
No, I don't.
Did you buy albums a lot?
No.
Okay. That's where I feel like you would have picked up on
probably
who sang and what the name of the song was if you owned the actual
Who had
album.
money to buy albums? I didn't live in Ladue, remember?
Right.
Yep.
It was Kirkwood, bread and butter, Kirkwood.
Yeah, meat and potatoes.
You'd love to have gotten an LP.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, guys, why does Jackson hate the Battlehawks? Thanks, that's from Big Tough.
I don't hate the Battlehawks. I don't really hate anything. Very few things. Some things.
Doug, it's slowly progressing.
Yeah, you'll find things that you hate.
Hate is such a, certainly no sports teams in St. Louis I hate.
What about ones in Lawrence, Kansas?
Yeah, not fond of.
Knoxville, Tennessee.
That's hate.
All right, see?
Why?
Ugh. Especially Tennessee football. Ugh.
Why?
Everything about it.
You don't like the color of the uniforms?
Nope.
I don't either.
I don't like the checkerboard. I don't like Josh Heupel. We stand on business here, Josh. I really like Rick Barnes, though. Which really throws things for a loop.
Okay. Yeah, the colors are
You
really
hate sex. That's from the Worst One's Wacko.
Okay, I knew that was coming.
Jackson, who won today's Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day?
Man, Tim, you're on a Ripken-like streak of asking good questions.
Gosh. Jackson bought himself 5 seconds to call up
The bells.
something.
The bells. Stephen DeMunn gets on the board.
Stephen DeMunn has won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. You can always email in T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com for QFTA. Anything goes. Anything is welcome. It's a free-for-all. And sometimes I don't curse, but Jackson uses naughty words. He gets real comfortable.
Yeah. Yeah, Tim cowers in the corner whenever he hears a swear word.
No, I don't like it. I don't like it. And then
Makes you
Jackson,
shake a little
thank
bit.
you. Yeah, and Jackson, like a little sailor. Let's see. So you like earaches? What does that mean?
I don't.
Is that a code?
No.
It's from the 314.
Knock on wood. I haven't had an earache in a while, but those can be real rough.
Jackson's going to be catatonic when Coach Schertz leaves for Tennessee next year. That's Kwame Nvoyukas IV. That's coming from Kwame Nvoyukas IV, the big Billiken fan.
Yeah, I don't see that coming.
You don't think he's going to Knoxville?
I'm not saying I don't see Josh Schertz possibly leaving. I don't think it'll be for Knoxville.
If they have another big season, it's going to be hard to hang on to him.
Yep.
Really hard.
Yeah.
You see they had a bunch of the returning players pose in front of the arch on their Instagram
Saw
this
that.
week.
It was cool. Saw that.
I love that. I'm so glad that so many of the players are coming. Obviously, Avila isn't coming back, and that's just the nature of the situation. Sucks that Dunlap's leaving, but still, the core is coming back.
Yep.
It helps. Something to look forward to in November, huh?
Yeah, familiarity really helps, especially early in the season. It's nice to have guys that you don't have to relearn who's on the team.
Man, I went from Kirkwood poor to Cedar Hill rich. Now, excuse me while I golf at Riverside in jorts and a tank top, also known as my theater attire. That's from the 314.
Okay.
Jackson hates dogs and perfectly cooked chicken. That's from Big Tuft.
Don't hate dogs, just prefer not to be in their presence. And I would love perfectly cooked chicken, but my anti-botulism stance precludes me from properly cooking the chicken.
You're passionate about that botulism.
I got to overcook.
Have you ever had it?
Botulism?
Yeah, that's
no.
right.
That's why I'm so steadfast in my avoidance.
Well, maybe it's not so easy to get. Maybe you have to almost be eating raw chicken to get that kind of thing.
Wrong. Salmonella, especially on chicken, is real dangerous.
I eat chicken almost every day of my life.
Same.
I've never had botulism.
Neither have I.
Iggy is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat and says there's nothing better than vinyl shopping on a Sunday morning.
Did I get anything better?
Than vinyl shopping? Record shopping?
Yeah.
I could think of things better than that, yeah. Why Sunday morning vinyl shopping?
I don't know. You'll have to ask Ken Iggy Strode.
Just take your time, go a little slow, sip some coffee.
What about Sunday Morning by Maroon 5?
Not for me.
Really?
I don't
You're not a
really
Levine
enjoy
guy?
their. No, I can tell that he's talented. The ladies love his style, but their music just isn't my scene.
Sure. I really like that song specifically.
Okay. We'll talk more Maroon 5 tomorrow, but now we got to go. Chairman, were you about to volunteer some Maroon 5?
No, you just brought up Steadfast Eyes, and it hit home. But I was
that's
curious,
right.
do you think more people have heard Navy Caps or Steadfast Eyes at this point?
Steadfast Eyes have been scrubbed from the existence.
It has?
Yeah.
Does anybody have it?
We have.
I have, yeah.
We have a copy of it.
But all joking aside, I think more people have probably heard Navy Caps at this point.
Well, yeah.
It's available online, right?
Yeah.
It's just the reach of this station versus our little closet on HD2.
Okay. Yeah.
If she could see me now.
Boy, you think you'd have a shot?
I don't want a shot.
Oh!
Why? Because you're bigger than her now.
Yeah. This guy's got a number one
you're an
hit. He's got a number one hit.
I don't chase nobody.
Oh! And it's chairman. That's what happens when you get a number one hit.
Yeah.
You can walk into Napoli and just point your finger. Doug, we got to go. BK and Ferrari are coming up next for Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn. I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel.